everyone. We have a very special interview here from former Rad Esports / Team 1 duelist Melio and now on Citadel Gaming. Melio, how does it feel to be coming hot off of a win from the mid-season finals now into stage 2 with a whole new roster?
I mean, it always feels amazing winning things like these. It's of course something I'm going to remember for the rest of my life, but it also feels amazing trying new options and exploring what a different team would feel like for the coming stage.
Talking specifically about maybe the rivalry you guys had with Berber Patapim, but now Citadel Gaming, and now being on that roster, you guys knocked them out of the mid-season finals. Did this kind of help you get like an idea of their play style so you know how to mesh better with them now that you're signed with the roster?
I mean, of course, I'm very familiar with a lot of the things they do and how they play because we've played them a bunch of times and scrimmed them a bunch of times so far. So I'm very well aware of what the team is like and what we can do to make it the best team in the world.
Best team in the world. You basically came from the best team in the world at that point, now on to Citadel Gaming. I mean, what was the reason for making that change over to this new roster?
I mean, for me personally, I feel like it's something about personalities and how they clash and stuff like this. You know, some people just can't work together forever. Like, there's two different personalities from me and Team 1. That's why I decided to leave, because in the long run, it wouldn't keep working out.
Well, it's good to hear that you found a solid fit going into stage 2 of Ignite. Hopefully have the best performance you guys can have there. They did win the specific side of things for EMEA, but of course had that 4th place finish in mid-season. What are your hopes going into this stage and also the grand finals for this team?
I mean, I hope I can be of great use to the team. I hope I can help them with a lot of the theoretical stuff that I learned when I was on Red and that I also know as a player, because I come from a different game where we have a different line of theory that we all used on Red, but nobody from Citadel has this theory. So if I can bring this in and we can learn it and we can get good at it, plus we can utilize what they were already good at beforehand, I feel like this can be the best team in the world, like undoubtedly.
Well, any final thoughts, shoutouts, things of that sort? It's been great to hear from you, Melio.
No, thank you. It's also been great talking with you. I'll just shout out to my team, Citadel Gaming. I really believe in them and I love every one of them.
Awesome. Well, you can catch Citadel and Melio this weekend for Marvel Rivals Ignite. EMEA is starting up. It's going to be great action. Make sure you tune in on the Marvel Rivals channel on YouTube and Twitch. We'll see you then.
Smoke screen! I'm hunkering down. Judge! Jury! Executioner!
Hello, Rivals! My name is Diatonic, and I'm here with your results breakdown for the first week of action for the Marvel Rivals Ignite Asia Group Stage. To kick things off for day one, Pacific MRC Season 3 champs Crazy Raccoon sank their claws into newcomer squad Incipients. They snagged a comfortable 2-0 win for themselves in the first bout of the tournament, with Crazy Raccoon's newest addition, NX, leading the charge. Next up, the sole representatives from Vietnam, OEG, took on Rocket University. OEG has some Stage 1 veterans on their team, and it showed here as they took Rocket University to school, picking up a 2-0 win. The last match of the day was another Group A showdown between Assemble Fire, who are returning from Stage 1, and Onside Gaming, making their first Ignite appearance here. But it would be the newcomers besting the veterans here, with ONG taking yet another 2-0 over Assemble Fire. Day 2 opened with a marquee matchup as the newly signed Asia roster of Zero Tenacity upsets the Stage 1 Asia Champs Reject in a close 2-1 series. Stage 1 vets XOXO were back in action against U-Winks, a new team formerly known as Ravati. It would be XO picking up that one with a clean 2-0 sweep over the newcomers. GenG's new roster made their debut on this day as well, picking up a solid 2-0 win over Down Payment to kick off their Stage 2 campaign. Crazy Raccoon's NX continued to impress on Day 2 as they took on Assemble Fire. They played a bit of an unorthodox game, but it was that outside-the-box thinking that delivered Crazy Raccoon another 2-0 win over Assemble Fire. Rocket University and Zero Tenacity kicked things off on Day 3, with Z10 picking up a 2-0 win after their upset over Reject the day before. Incipients was still on the hunt for their first win in Ignite as they took on Onside Gaming next, but ONG would take the win on this day 2-0 as well. The defending champs Reject were back at the plate next, battling Vietnamese squad OEG, a match that Reject would win with a shutout on both maps. And for the last match of that day, Crazy Raccoon had their third matchup, this time against XOXO. Crazy Raccoon would deliver XO their first loss here in the group stage, winning in 2-0 fashion and ending week 1 without dropping a single map. The final day of the Asia group stage started with a matchup between OEG and Down Payment, with Down Payment getting their first Ignite win 2-0. Assemble Fire were up against U-Winks next, and U-Winks ended up leaving Assemble Fire without a win here in week 1. GenG was back in action next against Rocket University, who'd also exit week 1 not having picked up a win quite yet. And in the last matchup of the week, Onside Gaming looked to keep their flawless record alive against XOXO. But XO had other plans, handing ONG their first loss of the tournament 2-0. And at the end of week 1 of the Asia group stage, Crazy Raccoon emerges as the frontrunner with an astonishing 3-0 record. In Group A, XOXO, ONG, and U-Winks are still in the chase for the playoffs. Zero Tenacity and GenG both have 2-0 records as well, making them the only other undefeated teams here in the group stage. And on the Group B side, Reject and Down Payment are still in the hunt as well. But with another week of group stage action still to come, it's anyone's game. Thanks for watching, Rivals. Enjoy the rest of the show and get ready to ignite the battle.
Hey Rivals, Tetcher here with just enough time to give you a quick recap of Week 1 for Ignite from China. The Chinese champions and 5th to 6th mid-season finals places over Ultra Gaming opened up day number 1 versus X Team with a pretty clean 2-0, not dropping a single point, leading on their triple strategist lineups. Try Again and Fist were up next. While this was a little closer than the previous series, the end result is all that matters, and Try Again were able to take another 2-0 after they repelled the final push from Fist in the Bars Temple section of Hall of Dajalia. To round out day 1, Liandong Gaming returns after a top 8 finish in Stage 1 to play against Ashian Long, where the Vanguard player Kurisu was able to play against their team from Stage 1. The move, it seems, paid off with a 2-0 for Ashian Long, only dropping 1 point to LDGM and stopping their final push with just 66 centimeters to go. Day 2 started us off with Dream Plus Esports Club taking on Zhongyi Ji, who were looking for a redemption run after their last place finish in Stage 1. But they couldn't find it this day, with Dream Plus, a super team made up of players from eHome and SLZZ, taking a 2-0. Match 2 saw Fiat Lux Esports Club look to build on their 5th to 6th finish from last stage, and they started off strong. With some great Star-Lord play and even the appearance of Moon Knight, they dispatched V Esports in short order, making yet another 2-0. Our third match saw Iconics, the former Stage 1 third place team Taiyun Gaming, versus newcomers in the form of Aura Farmers. Aura Farmers showed they weren't here to mess around, but the experience of Iconics won out in the end. With both maps going to a 2-1 score, the whole series was a 2-0 in favor of Iconics. Over Ultra Gaming were back in action for Group A versus LDGM, who wanted to try and get on the board, but OUG OUG didn't drop a single percentage point on Celestial Husk, and with the sharpest hero Blade, were able to slice through the efforts of LDGM on Symbiotic Surface, holding the final point and taking the series in a 2-0, continuing their run of dominance. Day 3 began with ZYG once again looking to do what they couldn't do last season and get a series win, but Fist squared up for the fight. Krakoa went to ZYG. Central Park went to Fist, taking us to Spider Islands for our first map 3 in China. A storm on defense was too much for Fist to weather, with ZYG riding the wins to a 2-1, taking their first win in Ignite 2025. Next up, Ashi and Long continued their own run versus X-Team. It was another Spider Islands game after a dominant game 1 for Ashi and Long. While X-Team were able to get 2 points pushed, the Master Weaver was just beyond their reaches, as Ashi and Long were able to push past them into the Web of Life and Destiny and grab that 2-0 series. Dream Plus and Try Again were next up to bat, and while it seemed close at times, the score is what's important. With Dream Plus's Namor able to repel Try Again one too many times, even a last-second portal wasn't enough, as Dream Plus's Loki stole Try Again's Fate of Both Worlds with God of Mischief, giving just enough sustain to close out the series in a 2-0. And once again closing out the day, Over Ultra Gaming showed just why they are the champions and considered such a global threat, taking another perfect map before holding at Yggdrasil, allowing Wenzhuian's Emma Frost to dazzle the members of Fear Lux Esports Club. The second map was insanely intense, but the 2-0 for OUG is a result we are getting rather used to. Day 4 saw Aura Farmers try to take their first series win versus Try Again, who themselves looked to recover after their loss to Dream Plus. Aura Farmers took round 1 after everyone from Try Again stepped off the point, allowing for overtime to lapse on Celestial Husk. But they tried again, and broke the 3 Vanguard 3 Strategist hold attempt on Yggdrasil Path, with the classic Moon Knight Storm Squirrel Girl combo to open up point 1, carrying that momentum on to evening up the series, taking us to Symbiotic Surface, where Mobkafat on Psylocke proceeded to get 46 KOs, with 27 of those being final hits, securing the first Ignite Series win for Aura Farmers. Something was in the air on Day 4, as LDGM and V Esports went the distance. Omos Magneto secured a win on Burning T'Challa for LDGM. Several insane Karmic Revivals secured V Yggdrasil Path, but solid targeting of Baby No Money, not the singer, secured LDGM their first win in Stage 2. Our third series broke the 3-game streak, as Aconics held Fist in their spawn on Burning T'Challa, and thanks to a last-second portal from ASDFGHJKL, held Fist on a 3-0 on Spider Islands, taking the series in a 2-0. And finally for this week, we saw Fear Lux versus the currently undefeated Ashian Long. This match was fantastic to watch, back and forth from start to finish, but on Central Park in Dracula's throne room, Fiat Lux were able to keep Sora's Captain America off the point for just long enough to cross that finish line, breaking Ashian Long's undefeated streak and taking the series in a 2-0 in Group A. As such, at the end of the first week of play, OUG sit at the top of the table in Group A, undefeated with both V and X yet to get a win. While in Group B, Dream Plus and Aconics sit at a 2-0 score, but that will be ruined when they face each other in the last match of Day 1 in week number 2. Fist have 2 more chances to get on the board, but with one of their opponents being Dream Plus, they have their work cut out for them. That's it for China Week 1. Enjoy the rest of your games, and remember to ignite the battle.
Ladies and gentlemen, all roads lead to the playoffs, but we have to make one last stop here at the group stage, and who but Potch Spice and Multitudes to keep you company to, I'd say, send the swan song off before we head to the playoffs. Multitudes, how are you feeling today?
Pretty good indeed. And you know, just to be able to whip out that end song Inferno to send everyone off here in the final 4 best of 3s across these 2 group stages. Posh, it has been a magnificent showing from a lot of teams, and really has come down to this final bits to really lock themselves in those seedings for next week.
Yeah, we'll talk about the seedings, or actually the placements in the group stage in just a bit. But like you said, you know, there's been ups, downs, rounds and rounds in all this entire group stage. It's day number 8. If y'all are just tuning in right now, and if you haven't seen any of the stages, please do. Last week was insane, but this week in particular, they're playing with the new meta, the Season 4 meta. If you guys haven't seen it yet, it's all about Jeff. It's all about 3 strategists. It's all about the duelists 1v1. So you guys are definitely in for a treat. And Multi, I'm excited to share the mic with you because this is also your introduction to how Season 4 has been shaken out. How has it been for you watching the sidelines?
I think it's been very exciting to see, even the new hero come out, Angela, taking to the skies but a couple of times. And would be very interesting to see if that's continued to be abused. But hey, with that season of 4 patch coming in, we've got new skins dropping in.
Definitely.
Sometimes we just need a bit of a refresher, to ignite this Marvel rival flame within us.
You can get lost in the soaking hot sun beneath the waves as the Punisher's Tide Punisher and Invisible Woman's Azure Shade costume. Even the deadliest heroes need a little cooldown and some fun before an explosive fight. This was available since September 18, so I expect you guys to get lost at sea and bring your passion for victory guide you back. And I just love this Punisher outfit because his action GoPro camera is actually his melee weapon. How crazy is that?
Wait, have you seen the ultimate is my favorite part, right? When
it's amazing.
It's like shoulder
yeah.
Devices come out and just sprays water, bamboozling everyone. It's terrific to see. And of course, on top of that, the new arcade mode hub that is also already available for us to pull out. These 6 different modes. Either you can pick one or several at the same time and really fully enjoy full control over your arcade experience. So, if you're not really feeling the quick match or the ranked grind, hop on to this arcade mode hub. It will sure fill your stomach there.
If you guys want to feel like aim gods, just try the giant-sized brain blast, and you get headshots all throughout, guys. Marvel Rivals has got you covered, and if you guys have a PlayStation 4, you have no excuse but to play Marvel Rivals, because as we speak, Marvel Rivals is now available on PlayStation 4. You can download and play Marvel Rivals for free right now at PlayStation. Marvel Rivals Season 4 Heart of the Dragon is now live, so you can join the fight alongside the one and only Angela. And this dovetails to your point, Multi. How you feel about Angela in Season 4?
Ooh, Angela. Okay, so I think we did an interview with False this week, and I think that's basically the summary of how the pros, at least at this high elo, are viewing Angela. The untapped potential, right? I think we're still trying to figure out the playstyles of Angela. More importantly, figuring out how the remaining 5 stack in a 6-person roster is supposed to adapt around this flying vanguard. And I think there's a lot that can be brought out, right? Just like we saw Jeff do this huge resurgence in terms of their popularity, not just in Season 4, but even in the mid-season finals. I think there's a lot to be had around Angela.
And this is coming from one of the top players, one of the top teams saying that, right? So the fact that they're looking at Angela with a lot of untapped potential, I think you can trust that, because we've kind of, I'd say we've had the similar trajectory with, we think it's a bit lackluster, like let's say Season 1 Wolverine, we're like, what is this character? We don't know how to use him. Then people start figuring him out. I'm like, oh, he's a menace. So now we just have to wait and see how Angela is going to play out. As we look into the schedule for today, we're already on the 21st of September. Do you remember, Multi, the 21st night of September?
How time flies. Honestly,
Dancing the night away?
All right, now these are references some people in chat might not get.
Wow!
Right? So don't dox ourselves. Don't dox ourselves, Posh. But yeah, hey, we've done it all. The 8 days locked in, and all for what? This $100,000 cash total award just for the Asia region. 32 grand sits nice and comfy for that top prize, and obviously everybody is gunning for it.
Yes, a lot of zeros. Again, $100,000 prize pool. Total award here. Again, everyone gets a little bit of something, but you definitely want to have the first place spot, and you also want the bragging rights and also the rights to actually go to offline. We're only taking 2 teams offline, and that has also been acknowledged by our favorite players in the previous days that they are all gunning for that one spot. And here we have it, folks. Team standings of Group A. Crazy Raccoons looking to have an undefeated streak. As NX said, they didn't just have a perfect streak, they haven't dropped a single map in this group stage. Followed up by XOXO, ONG, and Incipients to round out the top 4, and Uinks and Assemble Fire, unfortunately, still trying to get on the board. Hopefully Assemble Fire and Uinks can surprise a couple people here today.
Yeah, actually, they will both be still in finishing off their final 5th best of 3 here, being Ewings and Assemble Fire. You know, they'll certainly put up a bit of a show here, and it'll be interesting because there may be some changes, slight changes, in possibly in the 4th and 5th position, depending on today's third best of 3. But hey, for the most part, like you called it, Posh, you know, the positions are basically almost set in stone, and we're really trying to draw out as much as possible in terms of, hey, what can we do to milk the meta and understand it a little bit more, and you know, we flip ourselves onto the other side looking at Group B. It's gonna be GenG, RC and DP, and Z10 all leading with 3 to their name, albeit maybe a few of them, you know, Zero Tenacity has already done their 5 rounds, so they're sitting at 3-2. But the first 3 here, right, sitting at 3-1, and we'll be playing today for seeds.
Yeah, this Group B has been kind of the group of death. They've always been, the top 4 have always locked horn with each other and locked, I'd say, points with each other. So it's really just a matter of who's going to let out. GenG is leading the charge because of net wins. They played the less amount of games. RC still trailing behind, but I believe RC and Dopamine are going to have a match today. And as he said, Z10 has already established their 4th place spot. OEG and Rocket University on the 5th and 6th spot, respectively. So today is going to be a showcase of skill, and they're still figuring out how they're going to maximize this meta. This season kind of got dropped right at the middle of the group stage, so it's really cool how everyone's just applying what they know on the fly, kind of learning on the job as we speak. So take us through the matches for today, Multi.
Yeah. It's going to be XO versus Assemble Fire, just to hit things off in Group A between effectively 2nd and 6th place. Then we'll hop over to the other side of the river. Rejects versus Dopamine, which is actually a Dopamine. That's an old name. That's a callback. Down Payment. My apologies. Rejects versus Down Payment, and this is actually a matchup that I'm super excited for.
Same.
And soon closely followed by Crazy Raccoons versus Ewings back in Group A, and to round things off, a bit of a stunner between GenG versus OEG to close things off for the match. You also mentioned that match 2 was possibly your favorite one to look out for today?
Yeah, I'm excited. Top 4 implications, or at least placement, is going to be good, but I mean, we got to look at match number 1 because this is going to be Thailand's finest. XOXO and Assemble Fire going up against each other. XOXO giving us a lot of memorable moments. Yesterday in particular, a magic mirror match between them and I believe it was Incipients. It was Gaku that was tried to go for that. And if I remember correctly, Assemble Fire has their own magic in Kiss Me More. So I wonder if that is going to be a thing. But before anything else, Multitudes, I feel like you got some love in chat. You want to give any shout outs to everyone that's joining us right now?
Oh my gosh, thank you for letting me do that, because there's a lot of love happening for all the casters as well as the production back here in the background. So once again, appreciate all y'all stopping by this lovely Sunday, wherever you are around the world, to join us with some excitement here between XOXO versus Assemble Fire. I see you, Pegasus. I see you, Yui, as well as Tosca. Thank you so much for stopping by. And we crack-a-lackin', like you said, Thai versus Thai. It's fully, the Southeast Asian region here.
I just also want to give a shout out to Kagi FR that's joining us. Johnny's here too. Tosca that said, "What's up to everyone?" Biggest the biggest Zalo fan. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. But what's up to everyone? And so shout out to the mods. RSS is here as well. So let's get into the picks and bans here. Very interesting start for Assemble Fire. They opt to save out the Invisible Woman, which is not usually a priority save here. And XOXO is going to have a lock-in to Ultron.
You're right. That's a really interesting call out from Assemble Fire, right? You know, they're unfortunately sitting at the bottom of the Group A stages, and hasn't had the same success of a run that they've had in the first stage of Marvel Rivals Ignite Asia, where they were at least able to make it into top 4 in the playoffs. But maybe they just want to chuck their strats out and really explore a little bit. With the Invisible Woman, I already see Assemble Fire Mafia hovering around the newest Vanguard, that's Guardian, right? Angela, that might possibly be to play.
Possibly. I really think maybe it's more of just these teams, I'm pretty sure, scrim with each other left and right. So this has to be
fair.
sort of mind game, right? And we're seeing some really good, actually all strategist bans so far on the side of
Wow.
Assemble Fire. Cloak and Dagger as well, they're really you don't have a Mantis, you don't have a, you're kind of stuck with the Adam Warlock. You've already banned out the Cloak and Dagger, so you kind of have to go Rocket Raccoon with this one. But let's see what the lock-in, possibly, okay, going with the Doctor Strange and not saving up the Jeff here. So no Jeff on XOXO side, but last ban is going to come in for XOXO.
That is very interesting, actually, from the side of Assemble Fire. Just full strategist ban out, and some of the very common staples that we see here today, right? Jeff's right there with them, the new meta, Land Shark taken to the skies, and also XOXO locking in the Human Torch. That has to be a Songjut Woo thing. Or are they rocking the Hulk nowadays? I mean, we've seen Songjut Woo, and their flexibility has been tremendous these 8 days.
Yeah, so I mean, I was able to take down a little bit of notes onto XOXO, and I'm just gonna mention some roles that Songjut Woo did: Iron Man, Black Panther, Spider-Man, Magic, Atom, Strange, Torch, Squirrel Girl, Thing, Hulk. I don't know if I missed anything, but he just uses everything in the kitchen sink at this point. So
I think there was I think there was a Groot in there somewhere.
Oh god, yeah, it was yesterday. Oh, you're right. Update my list. Oh no.
It is spectacular to see the diversity. I mean, when you can click heads, I mean, you can probably work your way around several different, roles here in the 6th roster lineup. And so we once again marvel at the amazingness of some of these players as we now count down towards the clash between these two teams.
Yeah, and now we see that Kiss Me More is on that signature Magic. No Doctor Strange to start things out, but you called it out, Multi. Mafia is going to take to the skies just to add a lot more offense and a lot more displacement because they do have 2 flyers on XOXO's side. However, just to note, Redster is actually in the mix. It's usually on your left as the strategist on XOXO's side, but let's see how this new changeup is going to shake things out. By the way, my mate Nate is actually on Squirrel Girl here, and we did note that Squirrel Girl did receive a little bit of nerfs here and there, and that is a 2-person takedown to start things out for XOXO.
I mean, this point immediately captured right off the rip and already starting their little cascade into victory here as my mini also instantly taking him out by 27 days. Beautiful right click. You see, although it has been banned up by like 4 different strategists, it is the Adam Warlock as well, the Ultron, just making names and taking bodies against Assemble Fire.
Yeah, just the slow dissemination, right? Just leaves them off sync, a little staggered. There is going to be a little contest onto point, but Ace is just providing so much damage from the sky that they have to be forced to use their cooldowns from so far, and Ultron would gladly take the 1v1 with Squirrel Girl, and that is exactly why. Hit scan, baby. Hit scan strategist.
Oh, I feel like that's like maybe a little bit asleep at the wheel, just letting Ace charge up. That's another one to their name. Already 100% for the Rage of Ultron. Vinny is doing their best to try to bring back with the BRB, but XOXO are hunting for big staggers. That's just me more really out of action.
Yeah, and they're just slowly picking them off, like one person, and then 20 seconds pass, and another one. So they never come into the team fight in full force. Bainey's just here chilling, just trying to heal everyone up. Xenos is trying to just provide enough support here. We've already changed out the Squirrel Girl to a Hela just to give that support for Thor, or that synergy to Thor. But so far, the point has still been uncontested, and now we feel the rage in the skies from Ultron as Songjut Woo has already built up his ultimate. He's just throwing hands. He doesn't even need it as he calls for the Hulk.
The Incredible Hulk is out in full blast as members of Assemble Fire are on it. Okay, we come in with the Lord of Thunder and absolutely disseminates the Karmic Revival. Kingdom finally gets a bit of a break here. And off goes Songjut Woo right up the side. Assemble Fire coming back strong with a bit of a vengeance. Able to negate the 100%, but overtime has been locked in as well for XOXO.
Better late than never, Multi. That was actually a crazy usage of, I'd say, the Karmic Revival out in the open. And once that happened, Kingdom's like, all right, I need to beat that respect in you. I'm going to go for the God of Thunder and just slam everyone and just deny any Karmic Revival from happening. So XOXO now uphill battle to try and contest the point. They've done so well so far, and now all Assemble Fire needs to do is just fight from afar. But as I say that, 27 A's gets taken out by Mafia. The sky is falling here. Meteor M is about to be used, and Ace continues his dominance here, as well as Alone Fills. The feed lights up blue for XOXO as they try to retake the point.
Honestly, the flyers right now for the side of XO are just free, right? Mafia tries to make it a little bit hard with a bit of aerial presence, and now being worked down by Ritz, who picks up a nice 2 for the price of 0.
Embarrassing.
And the Dark Child's going to be used, but unfortunately it is too far away. I mean, the point is already moving, and there's only one, and they just keep coming in one by one, like moths to a flame. Overtime is already triggered, and as that happens, XOXO retake the point.
I mean, solid performance from XOXO, and I felt like Assemble Fire right off the rip were kind of like not warmed up, perhaps, you know, like needs to get a little blood into their veins, a little like energy that came out, explosiveness right towards the tail end of that first point with a beautiful Lord of Thunder against the Karmic Revival, and then some others also stepping up to the plate when it was needed, but it was kind of fizzled out
30
soon
seconds
after.
before
You
you
know?
attack.
Yeah, I think
Get
you brought up
ready.
a really good point. The Flyers were kind of uncontested, and now we're going to change things over. I believe this is the Garden side. Yeah, I mean, Krakoa has a really good, it's a good flyer map. I don't know if we're going to see a Scarlet Witch. We're just going to wait and see, but the fact that XOXO kind of went unpunished with their flyers might be something they have to address. However, I'm looking at the lineup. It might be they're switching things up because now they're going anti-dive with their own divers with a Spider-Man and a Psylocke. So, quite the interesting change-up for XOXO to experiment with, going up with Assemble Fire. Again, maybe these teams have already scrimmed together and they want to be able to kind of keep each other on their toes by these interesting picks.
I mean, 4 duelists from the side of XOXO, that's either
That's
a
dive or
throw or
die,
a bit of
baby.
a mockery as Ace will find the back, but not the KO as they kind of reconvene and let the rest of the fight erupt in the mid-section.
Yeah, I mean, they're living to that motto, dive or die, right? I remember one time they went 3 dive duelists right off the bat, and now Bainey with the first Scarlet Witch I'm seeing with Arcade Order taking out Satha. Satha usually the tank or the vanguard of the team. Oh, and Renzer just eliminates the God of Thunder, and we just see a continuation here with the Dance of the Butterfly so early on. What a farm off that ult, and Alone Fill still in the sky, putting so much respect to everyone here just to stay away from the point, and XOXO deny any points from being gained. Renzer, usually the strategist here, is now gunning for blood.
So good, right? To be able to just take down the Lord of Thunder while they're in animation high up in the sky. And now looking at a solid 3 ultimates, possibly 4 from the Lone Flitz that might just rain damage and hold Assemble Fire off this point. Yep, we're going to start with the spectacular spin. Find the mark though, but here it will be the incredible help to round things around.
Yeah, true. And Renzer just allows, okay, just provide that distance. Let's move away from the Hulk. Let's try to go for 1v1 duels. My mate Nate taking out the Warlock. And look at that. So far, XOXO still holding on to point. It's still slowly climbing. Goddess of Death is going to rain down a barrage from the skies. Bainey does have the reality erasure here, but Renzer, we're looking at him able to actually take out the Jeff that was just standing there. So now it just seems like XOXO have reclaimed the point. We continue on here as Ace, not the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. This Spider-Man is a duelist that wants vengeance.
Indeed, I mean, the skin says it all, as well as right now Assemble Fire past the 60% mark. A bit of a resurgence here from Xenox as they find a Lone Flitz and will regroup with the rest of their team to try to barrel their way back into XOXO's point control. It's Seymour hopped onto the Doctor Strange, looking for a bit of a backstab onto the Psylocke, now being pinched from both sides.
Ace now on the Spider-Man. It's the Spider-Man 1v1, but Ace was the one to end up on top. The Puny Banner coming on in. Reality Erasure doesn't take out anyone. Good hide. And all we see is a good Karmic Revival. No pull. Dance of the Butterflies. These butterflies be dancing on the dance floor, just giving a little bit of that chaos as Assemble Fire slowly fall one by one, and the point is going to contest to the overtime. What an uppercut by the Spider-Man.
Yeah, Kingdom's got the Lord of Thunder trying to get their drop onto it, but no one's on the point anymore. Then overtime clock kicks down. It's gonna be XOXO with a nice 2-0 on domination.
Yeah, XOXO was just really feeling themselves at that point. They were kind of going with, I'd say it was more like a show match of sorts, because even Assemble Fire's choices were kind of also in the realm of like exhibition, and let's try to go for interesting picks. We saw Scarlet Witch. We saw some Vanguard players go for a different role, as well as Rezzer going for the Psylocke. So just an incredible showing all throughout. And yeah, getting the heals, getting the final hits. That's why Rezzer did get the MVP for today.
I mean, it's not every day we see the in-house strategists step up to the plate and take a Psylocke main and able to really like put some pressure on the opponents, right? So kudos to them for taking the MVP with nice 10 final hits. Of course, right alongside Ace, rocking the Spider-Man, normally the staple from Sung Jo-woo, but hey, if I can step down and let a teammate of mine really work the stage here, might as well make a showing out of it.
Yeah, just note that XOXO, it's not just Sung Jo-woo that shares the spotlight as one of the divers, right? It's also Alone Fills and Ace.
Yes.
Ace being the flex Vanguard, and note that they're not the only ones that could flex roles. Rezzer in our note says Rezzer is the strategist, but you saw how well he performed with this Psylocke. So a very deadly combination of duelist strategist and just multi-flexer role, multiple flex roles here on XOXO's side, and unfortunately, for Assemble Fire, right? I mean, looking at the highlights of the game here, from the get-go, they had a really hard time trying to just capture the first point.
Yeah, it was, like you called it, 20-second staggers throughout the entire phase of it all, and it was just so hard for them to be able to assemble as a full-on 6-stack, and honestly, I want to say it took like miracle plays out of the likes of, a Thor Ultimate just to shut down a Carpet Revival, and then a couple more right after that to be able to even get the point under their belt. But yes, they woke up a little bit more. I don't really see much more on the second point, unfortunately.
Yeah, the second point, it was, I mean, they did get 18%. However, at that point, it was kind of steamrolled. And I think they went kind of the show match route. All right, let's just try to adjust and let's kind of have fun with it and just try to just give everyone a show. The Scarlet Witch trying to go for the reality erasure. That was, I mean, Arcane Order was able to take out someone. So I think Scarlet Witch is a great hero for the roster. However, when it comes to competitive, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see how the picks and bans are going to play out next. But for now, let's take a short break. When we come back, it's going to be game number 2 of XOXO versus Assemble Fire.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight.
That was but a swift and decisive victory coming up from the XOXO side, showing their dominance and honestly why they continue to sit comfy in that second place of Group A. Unfortunately for the side Assemble Fire, just unfortunately not able to assemble their fire.
Yeah, it was. I mean, Thor was able to assemble like the Avengers, but the rest of the Avengers were not necessarily there. But at this point, I think some chat brought it up. One team is already qualified. The other team just looking to get at least on the board. They're trying to have a little bit of fun. But wouldn't it be fun to, end this with a bang? And it seems like they want to head towards Araco for that. And this map, I mean, during the stage 1, it was a new map. We were learning it as we were going along. And I'd say this map is prime for Wolverine kidnaps, Spider-Man kidnaps, and possibly even Angela.
Yeah, we did see Angela crop out yesterday between Rejects versus Rocket University during their second map. And it's very interesting because, with the verticality as well as a lot of hiding spots around the map, Angela becomes quite viable, like a new and improved, reborn version of Captain America that can actually, without using teleports, really take to different heights.
True. I would like to see if they will be bringing out that Angela here, but we'll just have to wait and see as we head towards the picks and bans. Again, there's a lot of teleporting spots, there's a lot of high grounds, a lot of dump opportunities when it comes to the pitfalls or the potholes or there's a lot of spaces where you can actually just dump everyone at here in Araco. So let's see. XOXO is defending first, and Assemble Fire will be pushing as Assemble Fire save up Squirrel Girl here. So, Multi, I think this is an indication that we're going to have a fun match.
I think so. I think indeed. My mate Nate, rocking the little Squirrel Girl with the Squirrel Tsunami, locking that in. Then we'll have to see if the Assemble Fire continue to do a 4 strategist ban out against XOXO, forcing them to have to really shake up their meta that we honestly saw them really do well in point number 1.
Yeah, so I'm excited to see how XOXO is going to play. I think you were able to call a lot of XOXO matches when they went into like a map like this and the Spider-Man wasn't banned. Rest assured, one of them is going to rock the Spider-Man, right? Be it Sung Woo, be it Ace, be it whoever. So now it seems like they're really going all out here, locking in the Jeff. And, even, I forgot who it was. I think it was False yesterday that said, like, yo, it's the Jeff diff. If you're not locking in the Jeff, you're not playing the meta. So XOXO locking in that Jeff.
I mean, meta season 4 is Jeff being able to leave behind a pool of healing after they use their Is Jeff ultimate. It's a big deal. Even like I think we kind of talked about it during the pre-show. Even if Jeff isn't able to solo any of the members from the opposing team, it still provides a lot of value. A bit like an invisible boundary that's being placed without the invisibility part, of course. But hey, the sustain might still be there.
Yeah, that 8-second pool of when he activates the ult, just for everyone to just hold on to point and stay in a good spot, is really good. But now it seems like XOXO locking in the Magneto, can have that end song combo with along with the Meteor M if they want to. So, and I like this. So Assemble Fire taking out Captain America, even though you did say Angela has a lot of good, is now the new Vanguard on the block. Cap is still known as the guy that could throw hands and brawl and move around, so they want to take that off the table for XOXO.
Yeah, and a change in pace for Assemble Fire, right? Looking to maybe focus in a little bit more. They've taken out the Ultron plus the Human Torch, which has been hard hitters in the previous map, and honestly for Araco are really good as well. It's a place of flyers that you're able to really use the pillars as cover and apply that long range poke battle, and taking Ultron and Johnny Flame out right is definitely the right choice.
Yeah, I like that because I think they experienced a lot of problems in the first map, so it's like, let's not do that again. But they are kind of forcing them into like this kind of brawly team fight here. It seems like they will have 2 Jeffs on their side, so get ready with It's Jeff. It's going to be Shark Week in Araco. And Sung Woo not wasting any time using the Angela. I hope. Fingers crossed.
All right.
We're still having the chat can't see it right now, but we're having the tour of Araco. Sorry for the spoilers, but yeah, it seems like we might see an Angela.
Seems like we might indeed. Alongside of Penny, I know some people in chat going to be really happy that Ace will be rocking the Penny Parker on their defense half, which has also received a little bit of a buff coming into Season 4, so definitely want to see a bit more action around there, coupled with Rocket Raccoon, obviously 27 A's with a team-up buff around the Penny Parker. It's going to be a solid defensive hold that XOXO wanted to put right off the rip.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm pretty sure, yeah, the Penny networks and the Rocket neural networks are going to be a big problem. Rez not wasting any time already positioning himself, as well as Sung Jung-woo trying to get a kidnap. Unfortunately, couldn't get it. Let's see if they'll disrupt the backlines here. Oh, and as we speak, Bainey taking out Rez there. Just that left click of Jeff is so deadly, and also can just pierce through shields and also damage.
Yeah, I mean, it's all in one, right? It's a little better than Luna Snow from that perspective. Now Kiss Me More on their classic. Magic gets tagged up super low. No one's coming then to the rescue, but it's gonna be my Nate and Xenox fighting two apiece with the BRB at least bringing one of them back.
Yeah, true. And now a good attempt here to push by Assemble Fire, forcing a bit of a team-up synergy by XOXO. We got Thor and Angela on the same side here. Gets the kidnap and the dump on the Squirrel Girl.
Yeah, beautifully done. We talk about, you know, displacement being the major factor here for an Angela. Something really showing why in Narako's space it is really important to mind your corners. Look for the Asgardian as right now. We talk about Asgardian Ace, making sure that Beanie knows what's up. Come up with a Tsunami, immediately taken out by Ace as well.
And in the span of a minute, Ace was taken out twice, and now Kingdom taking out Ace. So it seems like the push is being put on a standstill, and we do have an elimination on Kiss Me More. Jeff just having a one-person ult, it's totally fine. Redster has to be very careful, trying to get a pull. Now Kingdom on to the Thor, trying to get the Rocket Raccoon out of here. Gets the Elim, and now Meteor M trying to go for a dunk, and now has to bubble his way.
Oh, beautiful dash resets coming from Xenos. Gets Zenfa out of the action, now pressing their advantages. Assemble Fire, honestly, looking like they are a little bit of a different beast, finding the energy, but then finding Redster caught within the grasp of my mate Nate. That's a revenge kill from the past.
Yeah, excellent receipt given. Angela has to be very careful, gets the health pack, and now Spider-Man trying to help out Angela in the team fight. Beta able to actually sneak behind the Black Panther and continuing on for almost a team wipe here. It's just Kiss Me More that's trying to pressure the point, but Zeta trying to hunt him down.
Okay, Kingdom uses the God of Thunder, a bit weird in this close enclosed space, has to dash out of there into higher ground as they're actually waiting for the rest of the team to kind of assemble around this corner. It's going to be Xenox with the Bast around in the arsenal, hoping to provide a punching force into the defenses of XOXO.
Wow, so now, yeah, triple strategies on XOXO's side. Alone fills, about to build up that ult, and now we see the Sia, my mate Nate, able to take out the Master Magnetism, but gets resurrected. No, we actually see that 27 A's just eliminates right away. This Rocket Raccoon is no right clicker. He's all about the left clicks just to get the elims. Oh, but Magic, nice escapability here, just for them to play a bit of patty cake to survive.
Yeah, the ping pong between the two now, the Vanguards, both Asgardians looking at each other, trying to work around this angle. You see just, it's back and forth so far. A lot of 1v1s and all. Exile will win theirs out.
That was crazy. Able to actually take out Squirrel Girl while in the middle of the air. Couldn't get the pull. Dark Child is going to be activated by Kiss Me More. And now a capture to no one, unfortunately. But the healing pool is still going to be in effect. We have a Meteor M on standby for defense on the side of XOXO. Last potential push by Assemble Fire. But Sung Jung-woo is going to make it a 5v6.
Coming in hot though, it's going to be down to the wire. 3 seconds left, and Assemble Fire need to be able to bring it back in. They've got the Invisible Boundary activated just to be able to make a little bit more space, as well as the CYA into effect. Rexer will find their counterpart, heals up, and tries to join in straight back into the action here.
Another uppercut, spectacular spin is Spider-Man trying to disrupt the backlines, but unfortunately unable to hold point, and now it's only a matter of distance multi. that XOXO have to gain, 94.16 in particular.
Yeah, just shy of triple digits for the side of Assemble Fire. They're gonna have to put a miraculous hold, you know. They put up a bit of a show. My mate Nate kind of turning up when it was really required, getting some great lock into places and some stuns left and right. And we'll have to see if that translates to them pushing it on forward in point number 2.
Yeah, and I'd like to see how XOXO is going to change things up with their lineup, because now they'll be the ones pushing, and usually it's kind of hard to push out from the get-go. But you have to admit that they did try with the Penny Parker strategy just to hold shop, but Assemble Fire was able to break through the defenses. Seems like Kiss Me More will be going the Wolverine, which is good. However, I think the only Vanguard they will have is the Thing, which is the immovable object. I don't know if Ace is going to stick with Blade here, which is kind of interesting.
No, they're just toying with our emotions right now, Posh. They're making us eat our words. XOXO just moving through the rosters, clicking it, looking at their skins most likely, while Assemble Fire gonna have to. Yeah, everyone's just looking at their skins, looking at the summer skins. That's what I'm saying.
Well, the Thing does have amazing summer skins. Again, shout out to Marvel Rivals giving us amazing summer skins. But Rezzer still sticking to the Spider-Man is good. Xeno's already up top here, and it seems like we're actually going with the Mr. Fantastic on Ace's side. Oh, early pick off by Rez.
Short-lived. That was a bit of a tuck corner around Rezzer. Now looking for a second opportunity to get straight in there, looking for a bit of revenge on the Circle. Can find the mark. Yes, they absolutely do. With a bit of combo wobble, a bit of CQB action.
Now Sungjak Woo just pushing the action so far away from the objective. Redster doing an amazing job. Another 1v1 opportunity, but chooses to back away. I just saw Cloak and Dagger Aura farming. That was kind of crazy. Kiss Me More now is going to try and get into the team fight here as my mate Nate slowly but surely joins the fray. Alone Phil's just having his day, just trying to heal up and damage. Taking out Mafia all the way from behind.
I mean, right now XOXO have pushed the fight so far deep away from the cart that Assemble Fire have a very hard time moving back. And yeah, it's being stalled momentarily by the likes of Kiss Me More, but how does it feel to have your, displacement, right? That's one that Wolverine has to get used to now that Angela's in the fray.
Yeah, he's not the only bully on the block, and it seems like, they hold point strong here. The right clicks are going to take out Kingdom, and now everyone just needs to be here. Everyone needs to assemble Fire side. Trying to go for the Elim. We do see it's Jeff, but Redster takes out Xenos.
That's one down.
Oh my gosh, it's just XOXO clicking hits at the moment, and nobody's round the corner. Kiss Me More just stepped off the point. And that's gonna be XOXO with a nice clean sweep against Assemble Fire.
Congratulations to XOXO, giving us an amazing team fight all throughout the entire group stage, and we gotta give it up to Assemble Fire as well, making it a fun one. Alone Phil's with a beautiful symbiote Jeff skin. I love to see the MVP of Jeff here, but you know what? A lot of people are saying this. Do not give any sympathy to this land shark because he is a menace, and in this season, heck yeah, he is.
Yeah, honestly, it's as cute as they come, right? But you cannot. It's like a little cat, They have their fangs hidden beneath, and with the buff that comes out from Season 4, I mean, you already see them, both teams actually choosing to lock in a Jeff for themselves.
Yeah, so it was a fun overall one, but you can kind of see a mix of meta and non-meta and just preferential characters. We did see a little bit of Angela being utilized again. Angela, I think this is a good way for Sungjak Woo to try and test the potential and test the waters. We saw Spider-Man on Rezster's side, which usually is not the common Spider-Man we see. Ace onto the Mr. Fantastic, which is very rare to see, and the very, very rare occasion where a team saved up a Squirrel Girl, courtesy of Assemble Fire. It did do a lot of damage at the start.
It did.
Yeah, it definitely did. But the team fights, the staggers, XOXO was just on top and one step ahead the entire time, therefore leading to this victory.
Yeah, looking at these replays right now, Angela, I can really see them being a stronger staple here for Oracle, with all these pits of doom that they're able to just displace characters in, even the likes of Wolverine, who normally does the displacement with the feral lead. Here's one to you. Taste of your own medicine, all right, Logan?
That's true. And it's not like he has, because Wolverine kind of has to sacrifice himself when he does that, or he has to aim at the ledge so he stays all right, but he eliminates the opponent. But Angela's a flyer. She can just push you off. There was actually one, I forgot which one it was. There was a Jeff that tried to spit out someone and tried to fight because it was a Star-Lord that fought its way back. And then I think it was Sung Jaku that pushed Jeff off the ledge. So it was like, oh, wow. So Angela's just a big bully, guys. She pushes
A big
people.
bully. A big bully. We already see, Angela here in today's matchups, and I think we're still trying to figure out the depth and where the skill ceiling really is truly for the Vanguard here. Today is just a bit of a glimpses. I feel like both teams had a little fun here in the two series that we went through today.
Yeah, I'm excited to talk to one of the players of XOXO yesterday, of Sung Jaku. I know you are also able to interview on your left, who unfortunately is not here today. It is Rester, so I don't know who we're going to be interviewing today. Definitely would love to ask them, pick their brains on how Angela is and how they feel about heading to the playoffs, because they made a lot of fans with their play style. Dive or die. That is their slogan.
Oh yeah, and they continue to work that fairly well, and I think, to be fair, like they've had to adapt a little bit, and is that adaptation that has let them be so successful. I feel like more successful than stage one. And so we'll have to see. Chat, if you want us to ask questions for the interview, be sure to put them in chat. And like you said, condolences for Assemble Fire as well. Unfortunately, sitting at 0-6, put up a heck of a run, but unfortunately it just wasn't their day this stage.
I mean, Assemble Fire is a staple when it comes to Southeast Asian Marvel Rivals. They were invited as well, so it was just kind of tough that they couldn't put anything on the board. But you know what? They did give us amazing moments. Kiss Me More on that magic. We have my mate Nate also bringing out interesting duelists. I mean, this one was the most interesting because we went Squirrel and Hardlock Squirrel Girl from the beginning. So hopefully we see a little bit more of them as maybe the next season of Ignite will happen. But yeah, we have to give our flowers to XOXO for getting the victory for today. Again, it was a Thailand's finest going up against each other, and XOXO ended up on top.
I feel like it's gonna be a bit like heart pain, like being Thai versus Thai and having to go against each other. I wonder if the mood within the scrim is like, oh my gosh, I have to fight, the same my people basically, or is it, oh my people, let's go. I can see it being both ways, right?
And I think we do have confirmation that we are going to interview someone from XOXO. I forgot. I wasn't able to hear. It's going to be Sung Jaku. Okay, we're going to be able to interview Sung Jaku, I believe, via call. So let your questions be heard in chat as we are about to head on over to the interview portion with the man, the myth, the legend himself, Spider-Man of Thailand, Sung Jaku. Sung Jaku, congratulations. Can you hear us? Hello?
Oh, yep. Thank you.
Yeah, congrats. What an amazing matchup that you just had. My first question I wanted to ask, you used Angela in the match. How do you feel Angela is in this meta? Are you guys going to use her more?
Yeah, I think like she's kind of weak right now because she have low damage. Like the only good of her kit is where you can push the enemy in your team, and that's it. I don't think the rest kit is that good. Yeah, for now.
Okay. So yeah, more on just kidnap and push, right?
Yeah.
I know that XOXO dive or die, so I hope that they maybe change her a little bit so that you guys can use her more in that dive lineup. So yeah, go for it, Multi.
Yeah. I mean, no, beautifully said. Love to see some Angela here within these players. Just off the rip, you've done so well throughout the 8 days here in the group stages, and walking into playoffs, that's going to be in a couple of weeks with the meta coming in strong. What is the team strategy to really make sure you can really go the absolute distance here in the playoffs?
Yeah, we try practice hard more, try something else, not only dive, or we try some any other comps. So because when we play dive, right, every team is kind of counter us, they pick Namor, they pick Thing, and that's it. It's kind of hard for our team to play.
Nice, I like it. We keep it secret. We want to see what the secret strat is.
Don't say anything more. Don't say anything more.
But excited to see that. So, Sung Jaku, if the group stage is now ended for you guys, do you have any favorite matches or any favorite moments for XOXO as you guys in the group stage?
Yeah, I think when we play against Raccoons again, like because like we learn a lot from their match, from like our match we play against them. Yeah, so my favorite match against Raccoon.
Nice. Okay, that's great.
The stage is set for the revenge match. Once again, thank you so much, Seungju Woo, for joining us here at the interview desk. Again, congratulations on your win and progression into the playoffs.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Fighting. And there you have it.
I love it.
Seungju Woo, always, I love talking to him about like these things. Cause yes, it's kind of crazy, but there's a method to the madness when it comes to XOXO. They don't just, they realize, yeah, their dives do get countered. So
yeah,
I like that they're working on a deeper strategy pool and not just going for the dives. And hey, if the dives are there, let's go for it. If not, I guess we can go meta.
I think that's a very like self-conscious awareness of their team, right? Yes, dive or die. It's very evident for any of the teams moving to playoffs to watch their VODs. Even in stage 1, they struggled a little bit to adapt their kind of composition and their meta a little bit. So I'm glad that I heard that from the star player themselves, saying, hey, yeah, we're not going to reveal too much, keep our cards close to our chest, but yeah, we've got surprises for people countering us, and I'm so excited to see what they'll bring for the playoffs.
Definitely. And on that note, folks, we're going to take a very short break. When we come back, it's going to be match number 2, so don't go anywhere. More of Marvel Rivals Ignite series when we come back.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our
Smoke screen! I'm hunkering down. Judge! Jury! Executioner!
Force Burst! Disappear!
We're back, folks, with more Marvel Rivals action here between Down Payment and Rejects. Multitudes and Potspice, your commentators for this one. And Multi, I know the first match, we didn't really get any warm-up. It just went crazy action right away. But we talked about this one. This might actually go the full BO3 because these teams haven't locked horns yet, but they've been showing us a lot of, I would say, a lot of potential. Well, I mean, we know Rejects, defending champ, but Down Payment, though, they can give them a run for their money.
Yes. Okay. I'm actually really excited between this matchup because, hey, yes, Down Payment, they lost against GenG right after the rip and they looked very uncoordinated, but had a beautiful run since, right?
Yep.
Down Payment themselves are a mishmash of different cultures and teams, right? And they want to make it work, and I see the synergy coming together. That's Down Payment side. Reject has lost against Zero Tenacity. Gods do bleed, and I think if there's any chance of some sort of upset, it's gonna be this matchup.
Yeah, and guess what happened between Down Payment and Z10, the beaters of Rejects.
Yeah, exactly.
Down Payment won. So
exactly.
The way that we build this match is that if that can happen in this possibility, rock, paper, scissors, then if we're doing Marvel math, that means in this matchup, Down Payment could possibly take it. However, Rejects, once again, after yesterday's performance and the previous performance, they kind of are waking up. So are the Sleeping Giants fully awake? And will Down Payments be able to, I would say, prove an upset? Again, we did interview Lumi, and he was saying that, just consider us underdogs still. Less pressure on us is totally fine, and we'll be the ones to collect the victories here and there. So, channel points, seems like we are still going for Rejects, but oh my god, by the way, you know what? Nell actually got 14k. He won 14k.
That's wild. That's wild. How dare he?
Because of Rocket University. He bet 3k channel points, Rocket University to win second map, and they won. And he got 14k return. Stoinks, bro.
That's ridiculous.
This could be you. This could be Down Payment. I don't know. I'm not saying. Make a down payment right now. Cash it in there. No, zero interest, folks. You get a car payment, a house and lot. You get
mortgage it all. Mortgage it all.
That's with a down payment. You can win with channel points, folks. What the hell?
I love it.
Oh, sorry. It's up to Bubble Cub, by the way. Sorry, we weren't able to say that to Sungjaku. We'll get you next time, Bubble Cup. But let's talk about the picks and bans.
They're right off the rip, Lumi locking in their Ultron that they love so much and denying for themselves, whereas Rejects, taking away the Mantis, leaving it for themselves for a bit of a aggressive buff. Hey, the Adam Warlock being taken on Down Payment, that's humongous.
Yeah. Warlock is just so good during domination because it just gives you an unlimited retries for a specific time. So yeah, having that taken out is actually really good. However, it seems like Down Payment is kind of attacking their, I'd say, not Izayaki. I believe, one of the roaming vanguards that uses Captain America. But yeah, just taking that out of the table because they're so good with that in domination. And doing the strategy of banning and then reserving the Warlock. I like it on Reject side.
Yeah, actually, the Emma Frost ban from Down Payment against Reject, specifically Piggy, right, was actually something that Zero Tenacity confirmed was important for their win against Reject, right? So obviously, since then, Reject has gone through their math. Dolby actually mentioned in an interview that they've recognized the mistakes against Zero Tenacity right off the rip and have adapted around it. But hey, that might still be their Achilles ankle here.
Yeah, definitely could be the opening that they are looking for. And the fact that they banned the Magneto out of Rejects is really good. Kind of forced to go with the Strange. Maybe they don't even have Captain America to work with. However, they will have Meteor M and Ensong ready for Down Payment side. So I'm pretty sure this matchup is going to be like triple strategist and one duelist just for them to get the elims and two vanguards to kind of hold point. And it seems like Venom and Doctor Strange is going to be on Reject side here.
Yeah, we haven't seen Piggy on Strange a fair. We have seen Piggy on Strange 1 or 2 times and has proved, especially with the season 4, a little buff to the Notion of Madness, can really get up close and personal with them. So, you know, you gotta be a bit more wary about Doctor Strange being 6 feet or under close to you. So that's one to look out for.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how he's gonna make it work because Doctor Strange, I think, is a little slept on or a little unprioritized because of Magneto and Emma. And Emma has received her fair share of nerfs this season. So Piggy on this Strange could be a tough one. And considering its domination, you could actually just try to portal on point at any time. But right now, I'm excited to see Bobo King on this Johnny Storm and Six as well. So they got to keep their eyes in the sky here. And they're already getting information, and they're going to try to cut off the Vanguard of Fun Fun.
Yep, Fun Fun. Right off the rip, kind of isolated. This is the mark, though. But in goes Piggy, trying to just absorb as much damage as possible, letting the rest of these players flood onto the side. It's a bit of a brawl right now. Bobo King takes to the skies, and a quick attack tray comes out.
That was beautiful. The overextension is going to get punished here. It was a 1 trade-off for a team wipe here. It's actually just Donald that is here just trying to stagger the point, but it is going to be won by Reject at the end of that clash. So, seems like Reject's doing really well moving as a unit here just for that cleanup to happen.
Yeah, 100%. And Marvel also on the Venom, just be able to do some backline disruptions, draw away some attention as well as for some cooldowns to down payment who now have to reset just a little bit. Reject wanted to, you know, play together as they normally do to force things out. But look at where Marvel is, right? He's hiding around the corner. Down payment seeks senses a vulnerability on the side, so they opt to use the left side instead.
Yeah, they do, and now it's going to be a team clash here. Six up above, forced to go with the rage just to stay alive and add more damage to the cable. Gargoyle out of sight, out of mind, able to get a pick off on a Six's side. They trade with Finale, Fun Fun on the board for 1 elim. And we've already spent some ult. Dobby does have its Jeff, and we do hear that Land Shark, that Jaws moment here to try and get the swallow. Do we actually get any elims? It seems like it is going to be a 2-for-1. Nothing beats a Jeff 2 holiday, guys. And right now, you can save 2 strategists for 1.
Best deal in the world, at least for the side of Reject, who just are able to get up to 60%. Down payment struggling to find their way back in as fragments of DPS just erupt around the corner. They'll have to regroup themselves a little bit better. They have 5 ultimates and 6 working towards a 6th as well with the Rage. Trying to maybe isolate Marvel, not quite yet. So in we go. It's going to be a bit of an eruption here on the point.
Okay, so Bobo King decides to go for the Supernova just to contest the point a little bit. This forces the Finale to go for the Galactic Legend. In response, Lumi to dance to save everyone just to keep the dance floor lit. Oh, Karmic Revival right above everyone. Can Bobo King get Elim? Fun Fun, and the eye is going to be used for some CC. Multi, we're still in overtime.
We're still in overtime. The Meteorium comes out. The Freedom Charge just trying to erupt onto this back line, but Rejects fire back with 2 of your own strategists, 3 of them out of the way. With Gargoyle also finding 1 of their own. Down payment fragments are soon found all over, scattered on the floor. Overtime clicks down. Rejects secure themselves this point.
The way that they were able to just hold point and continue just applying pressure after pressure, team fight after team fight, that's the Warlock factor. They were able to actually win that engagement because the Warlock was there. And even though it was kind of out in the open, the Supernova is already burnt, that down payment couldn't kind of collect them all in that area for them to get the elimination. And also Piggy had that Eye of Agamotto for the CC. So yeah, Reject's just a step ahead in this matchup. So down payment, I'm not sure what they have to do. Maybe they can still stick to the Flyers. I think that's good, but I don't know. It just seems like Rejects just know how to handle the 2 Flyers, triple strategist type lineup here.
Yeah, even with the staples taken out from the side of Reject, like a Magneto plus an Emma Frost, they're still able to adapt very well with Piggy pressing the issue. Marvel, you know, taking that backline duels with a nice Feast of Abyss just to be able to weaken or distract those cooldowns for the strategists that we saw time and time again. it's all coming together synergistically, at least for the side of Reject.
Yeah, and it all starts like this. It's a bit of deja vu right now. Piggy getting some information. They were able to win this team fight once they were able to get the cutoff. Oh my god, again, Fun lagging behind. He's just gonna go and cut off the team.
Oh, straight into it.
Forcing the bubble, the cooldown right away. So they got caught out in the open, and now the team fight is in favor of Reject because they're out of position here.
Down payment, you have to be wary of this, right? I mean, once bitten, twice shy should be the key here, but it looks like they aren't at all, and Reject already on this point, wants to hold them from themselves. Especially because the Vanguards are really just taking names against down payment. Reject looking to just find a picture for a goal. And a nice one on to Shadow. Momoki out of action as well. Six tries to make it interesting, but doesn't stand too long because Marvel's right in your face.
Yeah, they're just really good at making team fights 2v1 or just making it a disadvantage on their side. And it starts out with, yeah, just them getting the total going just for them to cut them off. And they're really just outpacing down payment. And down payment is just a step behind as they try and capture the point now.
Yeah, we talked about, you know, the synergy from down payment coming alive in the later bits of this group stage. I really need to see that a little bit more as Dive comes in from Marvel. Actually make it more interesting as Zakaya. Gonna need support for the rest of the team. The shift comes on, trying to work around these low-key lands that come out now. The Ayamoto doesn't fight, only finds Lumi, but it's not fighting by close.
And as this is happening, they try to go for a backdoor takeover point, forcing the finale, the Galactic Legend, just to clean up a little bit. Healing Pool is going to be deployed. Another Jeff ult just for the CC, and retake unsuccessful, and Rejects' defenses still hold strong here. They try to switch things up. 6 going for the Phoenix. He has gotten MVPs with these hit scan heroes, so maybe this is the change-up they need, but Multi, I hope it's not a little too late because it's still 60% climbing for Reject.
Yeah, Supernova immediately comes out, forcing out the lands, all these fire tornadoes! Robo King with a bit of a resurgence, a 3-piecer right at the tail end, but Gargo with a signature. Karmic Revival brings back the rest of the advantage. They have to push all the way back onto the point with a bit of a teleport action. Down payment, make it a bit of a reversal here.
Okay, 6, adding, just peppering the skies with some damage here. Let's see if he'll be able to build up that song, the end song that he so desperately needs. And we do see the snare onto the Venom. Oh, was able to take out Lumi. The dance was not able to save him in that one. And for Akake, still dancing to keep everyone alive. The sky is falling here as Meteor M's are going to be dropping down. And unfortunately, unable to take out anyone, but Marvel's here to clean up. And we continue on with overtime with Reject still standing strong with 6 out of 6 people, 6 heroes, but now make that 5 in this exchange as Marvel just being able to control everything. They give up a little bit of real estate, but it's still a team fight that Reject is willing to take.
This Jeff now online. Yum Yum forces a bit of a scramble around down payment. They're really hard focusing. I'm not sure they were able to get anyone. Fun Melody is the target of Marvel as the teleport from down payment comes in. 6 just back online. Yes, the Gobi will sacrifice 1 for 1 at the very least, but that's good enough for Reject to maybe turn the tide for themselves.
The dive just keep them out of it. Finale along with the Eye of Agamotto. Just be able to put a checkmate scenario here. They don't have a teleport to work with. They're going to have to march their way down to the site.
I don't know if it's long enough though. It's going to be the teleport from Piggy, maybe to throw people off. I'm not sure where that went, but Robo King can't touch the point at all. So Reject will pick up this first map.
Yeah, incredible. I mean, just Piggy on the... I mean, I guess our questions were answered. You rarely see Piggy onto the Doctor Strange, but he has passed with flying colors in this matchup. And just at the end, the cheeky teleport block just so that they know where the enemy is going to be coming. So just able to get the Elim before they could touch spot. And MVP, none other than Marvel himself. He was a KO machine towards the end there. 13 final hits. Actually out final hitting Finale, who is the Star-Lord of the team.
Yeah, I mean, I think between the two, they caused absolutely so much chaos, like you said, in the second half of the Domination series, just able to find the right picks at the right time with, you know, a brilliant, I think, Feast of the Abyss that we saw on the point, able to just snatch the Loki, which was Lumi out of the air. and coupled with Finale just able to apply that verticality pressure that was kind of unchecked, right? We saw Six hop onto the Phoenix towards the end to maybe try and get some pot shots, but I feel like Reject were playing staggered enough in terms of like map positioning so that those sparks aren't necessarily a problem against the Phoenix.
Yeah, and it was already 60% onto the point where he switched out. So it was just a little unfortunate. I just really think that Rejects were able to just disperse the team far enough. The way they started was aggression. At no point was down payment not on their heels in this matchup, and they couldn't kind of set up their angles as the flyers. And Gargoyle, Finale, and Dolby were just so good at sniping out the sky, as why Izayaki was the main healer of this team. So look at the healing output actually on Izayaki. Is that 38,000? Yeah, 38. Oh no, 18,000. Sorry, 18,000 compared to the 7 and 15. So it just, it was just the way that they were able to just shut down the aerial game of down payment. Just the Flyers didn't really care if there was flyers in the sky. We'll just take you down. It's cool.
100% agree. And hey, we also got to talk about the early strats that Reject brought, right? The barriers drop, you immediately portal in and try and snatch Fun out of action, trying to splice in, even getting them through the portal during that second point. I feel like down payment, you have to learn from your mistakes, and the way Reject playing are cohesively as a 6-stack. So down payment need to do exactly that. We're going to give them a bit of time to have to regroup and figure out what they want to do. You know, actually they're hot on their heels and they want to get back on this action.
The only way I could describe that style is divide and conquer. Like, they just want to isolate the tank that was lagging behind in that lineup. So we will see if down payment will have those adjustments. But for now, folks, we're going to take a small break. On the other side is going to be the second match between Rejects and down payment. So don't go anywhere.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the
Reject coming back in with a sweeping, strong statement to showcase why they are still in contention for one of the best teams here from stage 1 into stage 2. And my personal hopes is that Down Payment is going to usurp that a little bit on map 2.
Yes, and if yesterday was any indication, Rocket University was able to take map 2 because I think Rejects kind of experiment certain things. It was Araco, so that kind of invited a lot of interesting picks. However, it's all business when the GOATs are charioting their way to just park their way in Yggdrasil. So I wonder what the strategy here, because I'd say Yggdrasil is the type of map that no nonsense. It's just 50-50 when it comes to push and defend. So I wonder what Down Payment has up their sleeve, because they will be defending first here up against Rejects.
I feel like Down Payment, so far what I've seen is like, it takes a while for their engine to wind up. You know, like I feel like it just takes them a little bit to come online, and then they come back a little bit stronger on map 2 beat than having won map 1 or not, you know. So I expect them to really bring up a bit of a fight here as we move into the picks and bans. Once again, I'm not expecting too many changes, to be honest. You want... But one major thing is maybe the Adam Warlock, right? Gargoyle has been so instrumental with those Karmic Revivals, 2 for 2 so far across the domination points. Will Down Payment shift their strats?
That's a good point you bring up. I really would like to see them ban out that Warlock, because if that Warlock was not played out in the first game, could have been a different matchup. But we talk too much. Multi, they lock in the Warlock. Rejects want that. They heard you. They heard you.
Yeah.
They're listening to us.
Yeah, we are actually giving too much power. Here's the secret, chat. Like, casters have way too much inherent power when we talk. So we're just gonna react, not predict right now, as they go ahead and continue to ban out the Emma Stone, again targeted against Piggy. But hey, if they still have the Doctor Strange, they're still gonna be able to click heads.
Oh, so they're gonna go blow for blow with the Warlock dance off here. So I like this. As Nell would bring up, shoutouts to Nell, he says, if you don't know what to ban, what to pick, just copy what is happening in front of the screen. Just do that.
That's actually big. That's actually big brain. That's actually big brain.
If you do that, you're really just gonna see who's the best in whatever strategy, because it's gonna be a 1v1 at that point. So it seems like they're gonna change things up here, banning out. They seem to be a fan of banning out the best tanks in the game, but you're gonna force Piggy to go back onto that Doctor Strange, which is very scary, and you lost yourself a Jeff here to lock in that Luna Snow. So I'd say, this was a trajectory since the start of the week. Whoever locks in the Jeff usually has a huge advantage, especially when it comes to objective pushing, because you can just take people out, and there are some points here where you can just dump opponents just to eliminate them here in Yggdrasil.
Okay, actually also the Doctor Strange being locked in by Reject, they're just a little worried that that final ban from Down Payment is going to rob Piggy of so much value towards that domination moving into Yggdrasil. But it's going to be the Mantis ban. Typically the first one right off the rip. At the last possible moment, that will be Down Payment's final knockout. So we lock ourselves in for map 2.
It's like you have to copy the answers, but change a little bit from ChatGPT to make it like, all right, let's put the Mantis at the end.
It's my words, you know. These are my words.
Yeah, my words, too. Check it. It's authentic, guys. But I would say that the fact that they locked in the Doctor Strange and the Warlock, so Multi, this adds so much volume of waves. Actually, the ebbs and flows are going to be in Reject's side, because they can retake easily with a Karmic Revival and the Portal. While Down Payment, unfortunately, I don't know if they had it banned out, but it's going to be hard if they don't try to mirror that sort of matchup here if Reject is really feeling themselves and they just want to keep pushing and pushing the point.
No, they have access to both these heroes as well, so they can do exactly the same. The momentum is real key, right? Especially for convoys where it's long drawn out a journey of 3 different legs. I think it's important to keep your momentum going, because you lose so much progress, and once you get past the checkpoint, of course, you can't backtrack. So I think it's going to be Down Payment trying to figure out if they can work it. Donald back on the Groot. So double shields coming out for start of Down Payment with triple strats as a defensive hold against Reject.
Check this out. We got the Storm and the Jeff here. A Sharknado could possibly come out, and that has been quite effective. I I believe we saw the one in Midtown. But for now, they're going to be fighting at the goats here as Donald tries to hold 10 toes deep here into the objective. Finale is going to just pepper in some damage from above here. Uncontested to take out the Magneto. Excuse me?
Overstaying their welcome, absolutely delivering right now. Both Vanguards out of the way to clean up food from Reject as they just swoop in and send these players back into the server room.
Yo, that's a big yikes for me. That's a what the helly for me, bro. That was actually a really good takeover here. And now Down Payment forced to actually regroup as a team. Finale has pushed so far forward. The GOATs have already moved past the first 2 turns, and right now they have 1 team fight left before the first checkpoint is unlocked. And Piggy has already blocked out the majority of their team here, so just really staggering the point.
This is a new strat coming in, getting closer to the checkpoint, but right now Group's able to make their way in. Nice stun against Donald, who's trying to make it a bit more interesting as Marvel isolates the rest of the aggression from Down Payment from the right side. It's going to be the cart, yep, uncontested onto the first one. We go! And Lumi, Bumble King 6 all fall. What a cherry on top for the side of Reject.
Just like that, the cocoon is gonna get denied here. And Rejects just marching their way down. A flawless take of the first point. And they're gonna keep pushing forward here. They've already changed it up. They're not going with the Storm anymore since they're not pushing out a point. But Finale, my goodness, on this Phoenix. Don't even need a Magneto. We continue to push, says Marvel.
Yeah, they've got 4 ultimates online just to be able to hold back anything that they possibly have. I see Lumi as well building their God of Mischief that might work. A Fate of Both Worlds is right now. It's a bit low. We're coming in hot at the moment. The Spicy dies. Trying to isolate this, but we're forcing it out right now for Rokake's Fate of Both Worlds. Both dance force in action. A bit of vulnerability for 10 seconds.
Trying to go for a last stand, and Sig's gonna be at the dance floor here just for him to be able to do the final judgment. We do see the T-posing coming from Phoenix, has to use it already. Unfortunately, will be sent back to the spawn room here as Down Payment holds during the second turn. So this is where Down Payment really need to bolster up their defenses here. So great ult usage. Now they're gonna try to hold before they try to make their way towards the chariots.
Yeah, the problem is that you definitely do not want to overheat in these situations, right? Save your ults. They still have 3 moving into the next team fight. Both teams actually have it, so it might be a tick for tat. They're making it a bit more expensive for Reject. Just playing forward, playing up close. They have the triple strats on their side, so you might as well make it worth it.
Okay, we can see Omega Hurricane to the back line, forcing the boundary. Are invisible. An eye just for the freeze and the 1-for-1 pickoff. The sky is falling, and it's all fun to take out Finale. Dance floor is still in play as the take is not going to happen on Reject side. Bobo King just going to add more damage from the Storm here. So good defense on Down Payment side. A lot of time left on the clock for Rejects to work with though.
Yeah, great adjustment coming from Down Payment, right? Just to be able to make it a bit more expensive, plus great ultimate usage to counter some of the things that Reject were throwing into their face. They'll be actually hopping back onto their signature Jeff, wanting to be a bit more of a nuisance, a bit of a combo wombo as Piggy's immediately taken out with some great isolation from Group 1. 6 makes it expensive as well, sending them back once again to the server room.
This is actually really good. Down Payment need to keep this and sustain this momentum going, but kind of scary that Finale now on the Star-Lord, so they have to worry about any gank and potential setups that they can go for. Captain America trying to just walk down the mid lane here just to try and touch the cart, but still, Down Payment doing a great job moving as a unit.
Judge, jury,
that's the cue for the executionist to come out. The final judgment, once again, Piggy immediately out of action. And there's no follow-up from anywhere else. The Rejects team are so spread out across the entire map that there's not any sort of response or good trades coming out against 6. That's staggering once again as time bought for Down Payment.
And I like the ultimate usage just for him to be able to, for them to farm more. 3 check marks on Reject side, but Down Payment could actually go blow for blow here. It's going to start with the Freedom Charge just for Captain America's push forward. We still do have the Loki Lanterns by Looney just to keep everyone alive. And now they are fighting on to the objective as Reject still holding on to it, but now it's time for the Galactic Legend to get popped. And now it's first of the domino pieces to fall is on 6's side. Omega Hurricane is going to be enough to take out Gargoyle, but Gargoyle can actually just cocoon his way back into this. And now the 1v1 with the Storm. No, make that a 2v1, and Storm's going to get taken out.
Fortunate for Storm. I didn't realize that Gargoyle had already cocooned back into action. Now, the miniature is a little fun, trying to make some a bit more space. Gargoyle hunting around this backline. We'll find 6. It is a duelist that is at ammo lock. This breaks things open for Rejects.
Yeah, Biggie taking up for Rikake, so one of the strategists down. I'd say that was an excellent use of the Meteor M because it threatened the It's Jeff by Dobie, but as the dust settles, Rejects were finally able to retake the point with less than 60 seconds left on the clock, so they need to keep pushing. Down Payment now need to establish some dominance and put up a solid defense if they want to deny any more points, while Finale just scouting ahead to see and gather some information. He already spots one. He doesn't want to overextend a little too much. He's so loaded.
Gargoyle's also in current revival, so I expect him to hide a little bit. They can basically let the rest of the team push in and make it more expensive, but maybe that's not even required. Mama will find 6, and Down Payment are dropping before he even get onto the point. Instead of forcing out, yep, Furikake's bit of both for us to get himself a little bit in. The Avalanche in the midst of it all, but somehow Reject just collect names and push themselves onto the second checkpoint.
Man, he was actually able to use that eye while the dance floor was still lit, and it was insane the way he was able to do that. So amazing usage of that ultimate just to deny that. Furikake has to build that up once again. We've already passed the second check mark, and Down Payment at least is going to have a little bit of real estate advantage as the Goats move a little more forward here. Donald now needs to establish some defense here for the Down Payment to just hold this point.
Okay, not bad. 6 wary, but the flank will find 2. It's a huge one, but look at that. Gargoyle coming in with a bit of a sneaky beaky. Karma's revival, just bringing back the action. We talk about momentum being so important. So Rejects coming back in with a strong line. I think that's sort of what works. But it's Jeff in the midst of his chaos.
Shark Week, it's Jeff. It's a 3-for-1 special. Actually, he's able to take one out inside his belly. He's going to just keep moving just to take out the Luna and just take them off the objective. So now, continue on pushing. 30 seconds on the clock. Down Payment have 3 check marks. They have 1 strategist ultimate. Can they hold is the question, Multi.
Yeah, 6 so strong with their final judgment. It's going to be isolated a little bit, but Dobie manages to provide the supporting action now. Time is rising with Galactic Legends. I think Lumi's Fatal Bolt was just a little bit too late. Oh my god, the counter gets Biggie! No! There's no Eye of Agamotto! Furikake gets taken out.
That was huge, but it seems like Rejects has more ammunition, more firepower to just push this on point. And we tried to stop the Meteor M. The shield is not going to be enough, but they take a 1-for-1 pickoff. Marvel is going to try and hold strong here and just stop any of the duelists from coming out. And they force the overtime, but the Freedom Charge just keeps everyone alive, forcing a 3-point game from Rejects.
I mean, the best case scenario if you're Reject side, right? Pushing it all the way and having Down Payment on their attack half, needing to also do the same, force an overtime, and then we can even talk about map 3.
Yo, can I just say, I know you're a Luna Snowman. How cool was that? The freeze onto him and denying the eye.
I love it. I get the heebie-jeebies.
Your eyes, right? You're like, oh, dang, that was dope.
Legitimately, my hairs are standing on my arm right now. I love a great freeze that counteracts the likes of like the Eye of Agamotto. Oh, so beautiful.
It was, and unfortunately, it wasn't enough, right?
It wasn't
Captain
enough.
America was still there just to pick up the pieces and get an elimination onto Furikake. It's just Rejects just still carrying, having the rest of the alphabets of Plan A does not work. So Down Payment have to really reach into their bag of tricks here for them to find a solution for them to stop, or at least for them to match the 3-point game off of Rejects.
Yeah, a lot that has to work out for Down Payment, a series of events that have to line up in their favor. Reject starting on the defense, now moving on to the defense with notably Emma rocking by Piggy, a new look, at least for me. Has Piggy played Emma's Angela?
Yesterday during the
Oracle map.
So I think, yeah, just trying to push the limits to see how this hero does go. Piggy has to be very careful though. Taken to the skies, I mean, the first one, there is a bit of displacement that he can do, but he can't really dump anyone. It's always at the behind the spawn room, right? So Bobo King having the same idea here with that storm. They are pushing the Ghost past the first turn here, so just constantly looking back and forth here into the sky to see if they could just stop any attempt from defense on Reject's side.
Yeah, Reject running the triple with Gargor being the main sole kind of frontline shielder, while Piggy and Marvel opting to run the Angela for Captain America. So a lot of backline displacement and focus that should be against down payment, but to start things off, Piggy will find a nice pick onto to open things up already. It's going to be Lumi using God of Mischief to pop up a state of both worlds to sustain the rest of down payment here.
I like that, just jumping down. Okay, the dance floor is still lit here. We don't go for anything. Throwing hands, taking out Bobo King here. Marvel now continuing on along with Finale to just push everyone back to the spawn room. So great defense on Reject's side. And I think they have all the right to actually be this aggressive because they have the BRB, they have the Karmic Revival, so they have retries to go with. While down payment trying to go for a 2-2-2 type strategy. They need to be able to just pick off the strategists first, but with this lineup, it's going to be really tough. As you said, triple are there just to hold the defenses.
I mean, the way that both of them jumped in at the same time to isolate their picks is huge. But now 6 on the final judgment, trying to make it work, trying to counter against the Dobies, the CYA as they try to isolate. Flying Vanguard and with the help of Bobo King, but Marvel responds in kind with Lumi, as well as Dobi with the BRB onto Piggy, bringing back this Vanguard.
Yeah, so it's still a 6-5 here. Now E8 Gargoyle and Piggy cleaning up shop here. Bobo King taking out Finale, but in finding just cocoon his way back. Nice attempt. Thanks for bringing the goats closer to us. But yeah, we're gonna take it from here, says Reject. We'll keep defending.
I mean, such a change-up, right? Gargoyle now rocking the Strange beautifully. And with enough distraction from Marvel and Piggy, I don't know if we caught that, but it was that tail end from Finale and Marvel just isolated the pick and brought Lumi out of action instantly. That kind of opens
Donald
things up
now onto the Angela here just to add some displacement to the lineup. So Piggy dangerously low, has to put up the shield, but man, the strategists are so good with the heals and the sustains. Bobo King is gonna get just a love tap, just to note that you are not safe wherever you are. And you do see the bubble plus Angela. No, Gargoyle, first one to fall here. Down payment does have the Meteor M for the dunk, and Bobo King trying to push ahead. Just so they can get picked off as known.
I mean, all these hero plays from Bobo King, but it's kind of working out right now as they kind of disassemble the defense from Reject on this part. Gargoyle high in the sky, out of action. They'll be able to push in, but most likely Reject will come in with a game plan. They're really coming in hot with Piggy just around the corner, making it work.
Wow, Murtak is dangerously ahead here. So we're going to see Donald just be able to patrol around the area, and now they're going to engage with the Captain American Angela combo as Bobo King takes out Piggy. And we have the Freedom Charge along with Gargoyle going for the teleport here. Dance of the Butterfly by Bobo King along with the end song, taking out no one. The sustain is still strong in Reject.
I mean, they've even got the CYA as well. Marvel's using that to their personality. The shield's doing everything. The Soulball makes them so strong right now. Forcing once again, Furikage comes out with the fate of both worlds. And now, coming in, it's going to be Angela trying to make it work around their ultimate, and we'll find Finale.
Oh my god, back and forth they go. Lumi gets traded off here for another Reject. So Finale though can cocoon right back. Fun now. Had to go for the Doctor Strange just to touch point. It's going to be a 2v1. Oh, they trade off, but it's Bobo King that stays alive. And now the Karmic Revival. Uh-oh, Bobo King taking up the strategist. Gargoyle still holding on to point. And now they get the elimination off of Bobo King. It's a numbers game at this point, and also a displacement just to push Doctor Strange out to force the overtime for a meter to run out. And Piggy still continues to just push everyone off the objective.
Oh my god, it's not like the Reject, they're just doing everything right now. That's gonna be a bit of a stun. 2-2 coming from the son of Funfa, who gets unfortunately instantly taken out. The Rejects are drawing down the clock. right now Marvel will be able to find that backline for Kage plus Piggy, making an absolute nuisance of that backline. Back up to front Nico Marvel takes out Bobo King. There's not much standing in their way, and they put a full hold defense even before that first point.
2, 3.
It was one of the longest overtimes that we've had in the group stage. You got to give it up to Down Payment, really trying to go all out plus ultra, everything in the kitchen sink there. But unfortunately, Rejects just showing everyone that they are the defending champs here, and they can even make Angela work.
Yeah, I actually like the Angela pick here. Like, I think it kind of, for me, was one of the strongest performances of Angela in a team setting, right? You basically run the triple, which is, hey, I don't know, Posh, if you caught him, but that is what we're going to be talking about, just triple.
Yeah,
that's it.
That's multi 2025. you gotta quote him on that. I was watching,
cool,
I was
cool.
watching that.
But yeah, Marvel and Finale have been so good on honing in on picks, and Piggy's just being disruptive. Gargoyle's obviously that front liner to tank all the hits for the rest of their team, but doesn't even come away with the most damage block, right? It's gonna be actually Piggy rocking the Angela.
Yeah, and actually they kind of took a page out of Rejects and Donald switching over to the Angela. That did get a lot of displacement. I think that's where it becomes really clutch in those OT scenarios where you just need bodies on or off the point. That Angela poses that threat, and you saw how like everyone starts to come in and no, just the push away, the bully away, and you just continue on. She doesn't have the pick-off ability, unlike other Vanguards that are just explosive with their damage, but she does have bullying power. She can push you off, and you do have to respect that. So let's check out the handiwork from both these teams as we look towards the highlights, which, again, the first game was actually Rejects steamrolling at the start, but I'd say the second map was actually, the second half of this, they really held strong. Down Payment, like as the cart kept trying to move past that alleyway.
I think the ultimate usage from Down Payment during the second leg was phenomenal, but hey, once again, Reject coming in with some beautiful coordination to be able to counter, and then once it was on their defensive half, holy, they really held their ground despite, the likes of Bobo King getting multi-KOs, like you see here in the replays. It's just beautiful, but there's only so much you can do in this team setting set of 6 to put the entire playbook on one person's back.
Yeah, and I know people in chat were saying, yo, Bobo King, God, when it comes to Psylocke, he's super nasty with it. And like you said, it's hard to put all of that on one person. I know 6 was also there, but I think the fact that 6 was kind of sniped out since game 1 by Rejects, it was just really hard. So nonetheless, Down Payment is still in the running for the playoffs. They will still end things in the top 4, so that's all good. And we do have to give our congratulations to Rejects moving on here with the 4-1 record in the entire group stage, only falling to 0 Tenacity.
You gotta feel pretty good about that. They suffered that early loss against 0 Tenacity, like you called it, the MRC Season 2 winners, but we're able to really learn from their mistakes and pick it up and show, once again, that teamwork, it makes the dream work. Absolute dominant force, pulling out new strats, even in this week's kind of Season 4 metas, and for me, at least, really showing off the new Angela in a new setting.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll see a little bit more of that. I know we're going to be talking to one of the players of Rejects, so we will, kind of ask them about their entire journey, what their favorite maps were, maybe favorite plays were, and I think we're starting to get a feeling of how Angela is and what kind of threat she can bring to the table. So I'm glad, and I feel a little. I would like to see Blade get that kind of treatment, but unfortunately, Blade. You guys did call a Blade match. I did see that one, right? So he got so much hype, and it's just really hard to use him, to be honest, especially in the highest level.
I think it takes a specialized type of coordination for Blade to work, so it might still be a while, and maybe a little buff, NetEase, if you're watching this, do my boy a favor, but Blade's a hard one at the moment. I think it's also very interesting if they can work a bit more anti-heals into more heroes to come. I think it's their attempt at trying to see how the anti-heal would work in a setting like Marvel Rivals, and hopefully they like what they're seeing, and we'll see a little bit more about that as well.
Yeah, can't wait to see how that is going to shake out, but for now it seems like Rejects has already shown us different levels. They can go with the meta. They can kind of change things up, and they're showing us that they're just students of the game. So, yeah. Sorry, I'm just looking at a message that we got. So shout outs to Dan, by the way. Shout outs to him. And also shout outs to Nell. He is also getting a procedure done. So if you guys send him your well wishes, he's recovering. But we will all be in fighting shape come the playoffs. And we still got 2 more series left for today. So cannot wait to talk more about that too. Because there's I'd say the top teams will be next with Crazy Raccoons and GenG having their matches coming up next.
Yeah. And I think today, down payment, like we kind of talked about, is a coagulation of a lot of different teams from a lot of different countries, from 3 different continents, mind you. There's language barriers, there's cultural barriers, and we kind of talked about with Lumi and Donald as well. It took a little bit for them to wind up. And I think it really takes a lot for them to try to figure out how to work together. Today looked a little bit messy. There were times, like you called it, during their first defense half, the second leg, where just things were flowing, right? They didn't overheat. 6 popped, the Punisher, Final Judgment, and just corralled everyone. You could see them all together, and they lost steam. I think their long-term kind of pacing is important.
Yeah, so let's see what the adjustments are going to be made, but we're going to head towards our interview, and we're going to be interviewing the man himself, the Jeff man himself. We got Dobby on the other line, so can't wait to talk to Dobby. If you guys have any questions in chat, aside from us saying what the hell, let us know as we say hi to Dobby. Dobby, congratulations on the amazing performance. Hello. Can you hear us? Hello.
Yes, I can hear.
Yes. Okay. So, congratulations, you guys end the group stage 4-1.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Do you have any favorite moments or favorite matches from the group stage?
I can't pick just one, but today's match, I played Jeff. I ate enemy to support and kill them.
To support. Yeah.
Yes.
I saw that. I saw that. One was in your one got knocked out in your stomach. Beautiful play with the Jeff, and obviously hopping to the Rocket Raccoon towards the end as well. I mean, brilliant performance for all 6 of you players today. But personally, who do you think is the MVP on your team today?
It's me. Yes.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Always me.
Yeah, flex the Jeff. I'd say my favorite moment is seeing your Jeff plays, because I tried playing Jeff quick match, always MVP. So too good. Jeff is really strong.
It's too good character.
Too good character. Okay, so playoffs is happening in October. What can the viewers or the fans expect from Rejects coming from? What can they expect from Rejects in the playoffs?
Just win. Yeah, we will just win.
Just win. More Jeff, more Angela, or more Jeff? What do we see?
Yeah, whatever. We play everything.
They just do it. Okay, that's great. All right, Multi, you want to ask the last question?
Yeah, I mean, you'll be most likely going up against On-Site Gaming, XOXO, Crazy Raccoons, and possibly Incipients from Group A, one of the 4. Out of the 4 teams, which one are you most excited to play?
Crazy Raccoon. Yeah.
Crazy
They
Raccoon.
didn't defeat.
Ooh,
Yes.
Not yet. We'll see when we
Yes,
when
not
we
yet.
get that. Do you have
yet.
last one for me? Do you have a message for Crazy Raccoons since you might be facing the new playoffs?
Ready to lose.
Whoa! There we go. Okay, Dobby, thank you so much for your time. I can't wait to see you in the playoffs. Congratulations once again. Rejects fighting. See you guys soon, okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, gotta love it.
I'm the MVP. I'm the MVP.
Yeah, cool like a cucumber, but straight up ego. I love it. I'll lap this all day.
These Jeff mains, bro. These Jeff mains. They're running wild, chat. Oh god. But yeah, you know what? If the MVP screen doesn't, if you can't give yourself the MVP, then why should the screen do it? So I like that. He's patting himself on the back. He did really well. He was able to get 2 supports out of the picture right away. Jeff 2 Holiday, 2 for the price of 1. What a match, folks. But we will be, I'm getting a little distracted there, but we will be taking a very short break. when we come back. More of the Ignite series, folks. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. See the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way. shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now?
Smoke screen! I'm hunkering down. Judge! Jury! Executioner!
We are undefeatable! Psionic Surge! Force Burst! Disappear!
Ladies and gentlemen, we are halfway through day number 8, so we want to thank each and every one of you for joining us here. Bart Spice and Multi on the mic for this one. And is this David and Goliath story? Maybe. It's actually, there's an underdog here, and there's Crazy Raccoons, who has not been served a single L3 in the entire day, or the entire group stage. So, Multi, how can we break down this match even further here?
I mean, it's really Crazy Raccoons just asserting such a strong dominant force. They've had a crazy run here in Group A, albeit, okay, you know, me and Dan like to call it the quote-unquote easier group, but there's nothing easy when you go against the likes of Crazy Raccoons. And U-Wings have a solid chance to maybe throw Incipients off a loop. You know, right now U-Wings and Incipients fighting for that 4th, 5th place. But
Yeah.
if everything pans out the way everyone expects to pan out, unfortunately, it's not going to be Ewing's stay moving into the playoffs.
I saw some folks in the chat. They're hoping at least just take one map out of Crazy Raccoons. But I mean, yesterday we interviewed NX, and they are proud of the fact that they haven't dropped a single map. So I think they're definitely locked in. They're not going to give any freebies today. So I guess if Ewinks wants to bring it, they really have to go all out and just kick it into a different gear that they haven't seen just yet. And a lot of other teams, especially in the group of death and group B, are calling out Crazy Raccoons. Like, I'm looking forward to seeing them. Or in the playoffs, we just saw Dobie as well. Get ready to lose, he said. So a lot of fighting words before the playoffs even ensue.
A lot of fighting words. I mean, 3rd place from stage 1. Now moving to stage 2, having picked up the likes of Lastro and NX, and the interviews with NX have been very revealing in terms of how Crazy Raccoons has been kind of preparing itself to really maybe dismantle the top leads from inside of Group A once they move into the playoffs. But hey, like NX, the bio itself, quote unquote, and I quote this, chat. I quote this: one of the best Starlord players in the world, says NX. If that's not ego, I don't know what is.
And he's actually playing in a different ping because he's an A, right? So imagine he's still the best Starlord with the weights, like the Rock Lee vibes going on, or like he's able to train with. Imagine he's going to be like super weightless if he's able to do that. And I mean, even yesterday, there was a lot of love and support for Crazy Raccoons and also NX. So yeah, don't call it gloating if it's true. If NX just believes that, I think that's the type of energy you want to bring to the table. And what a good pickup by Crazy Raccoons.
Indeed. I mean, Ewing so far will have to do a lot. They did pick up a dub against Assemble Fire late last week, which is their only win under their belt, and another one would be phenomenal, almost ridiculous. But hey, anything can happen here, especially with the meta that's shaken up. I think it's a great opportunity for us to experiment with new changes, right? We see a lot of Jeff coming. We see Angela a lot more today, right? Day 4 of the pro scene, where the season 4 patch is live, and I think we're starting to get a bit more creative with this new season.
And if we bring it back to our first match, we didn't really talk much about it, but Magic also received some buffs. And you couple that with Arcane Order for Doctor Strange.
Yeah.
You're able to get a snare onto 2 folks. Right click can go through people already. Her damage got buffed. So shout outs to Gaku, shout outs to Kiss Me More, shout outs to Sungjak Woo that use the Magic really often. So I'm excited to see how that's going to play out. I don't know if they're going to play that here in this match between Crazy Raccoons and Ewinks, because they're more standard when it comes to their picks. Crazy Raccoons, despite the name, they're quite solid. They don't go too crazy because they're just that good. The most we've actually seen them, and I thought that they were actually going to go toe-to-toe, was with XOXO, but they respect banned Sungjak Woo's Spider-Man because they did not want to fight fire with fire.
Yes, actually, that was a very important targeted pick that came out from Crazy Raccoons, and they went up against them, wanting to cripple them, not giving a fight. And that's actually the strat for Crazy Raccoons. I think it's a lot of discipline coming into each series, saying, no, we're not going to underestimate my opponent, regardless of what background we're going to play to our strengths. We're going to play against their weakness, and that's precisely why Crazy Raccoons has gone 8-0 map-wise so far here in Group A.
Yeah, don't trust the name, folks. They're actually very calculated raccoons. They see they've done their homework. They've done a lot. They don't want to get into a crazy team fight with XOXO, and you gotta love how Incipients wanted that smoke and they wanted that 1v1, and they challenged XOXO to that. But Crazy Raccoons like, nah, too crazy for my liking. Let's go with the dives. Even Sungjak Woo said it best, right? Like, yeah, they learned a lot from that. They can't just keep relying on dives. And this is what's great about this format, is because all these teams are able to show each other perspective. They're not just one-trick ponies. They're able to actually deepen their hero pools for them to have stronger strategies. And ultimately, they want to be the 2 teams. They want to be one of the 2 teams to come represent us during the offline finals. And imagine that, Multi. In Group B, right? You have 4 amazing, actually on both sides. We're only taking 2 that are going to be going. Who is that going to be? There's GenG, there's Rejects, there's Z10, there's just Crazy Raccoons. There's too much.
There really is. There really is. I think we're shaping ourselves up for the most insane storytelling session in the playoffs, right? I really don't know. It's honestly at this point in time anybody's game. You look at what looks like resembling the top 4 for both these teams, and they're absolutely showing up as and when necessary. And like you called it, a lot of teams have been, even as early as day 2, day 3 of the group stages, has targeted picks against them, and they show that their strats run deep, their hero pool runs deep, they pull out new things. Piggy, we just saw, right? Beautiful exemplary of that. The Emma Frost is their key pick. They was banned twice across 2 different maps, but the Strange was so good for them.
Strange, and also using the Angela, right? So you can't just rely on just having a one trick or 2 trick type hero or Vanguard. So we will just wait and see how this stage is going to be set. I do see a familiar name in chat. We got that one Dan that is joining us. So thank you so much for gracing us with your presence, concern. We will be seeing him alongside Melio in the playoffs. We'll be in playoff shape, but we still got to get there, and we still got to get through 2 of these games, or 2 of these series for now, and they're just setting the stage up for U-Wings. So shout outs to that one Dan.
Yep, that one Dan and Nello will be joining the 4 of us, the kind of old names and into the playoffs. So once again, super glad that all y'all folks have been in chat, just joining us for some good old Marvel Rivals cinema here. And obviously, you'll be able to collect your Twitch drops as well. So make sure you connect up your Twitch account to your Marvel Rivals account. Get that Will of Galactica and Blade skin that we all loved. And hopefully, by this point in time, hey, we're 8 days into group stage. If you haven't gotten it, chat, I don't know. I have nothing to say.
Please do get it. Did you get yours? I think you did, right? I remember. I did. So where would you rank that? Is that on the tier list? The Mojito tier list, or is that? Because that's like a berry costume.
Yeah, I don't know. For those in chat who don't know, me and Posh went absolutely ham during our watch party of the mid-season finals, and we ranked every single skin that was currently available at that point in time for more rivals, and it went from S tier obviously all the way down to like
lemons and limes.
We had an F tier. Yeah, we had a joke category as well. So I don't know. Will of Galactica, in my view, is like
I think we had a couple of that going, but it was just more of a color palette or just something like that. But the skins now, aside from the summer skins, the new battle pass, the Moon Knight one, the Mecha Moon Knight one looks so good.
That is so good. I love the mecha-ness, with the cloth-like material on it. It's so fusion. I love it.
It is. So this new battle pass, the Loki one looks really good because he has like talons. He's like an eagle. It's pretty good. I wasn't able to the Phoenix one. I wasn't able to get that one, but this one I might actually go for. Krakoa, one of my favorite battle passes. That was really good as well. Sorry, we got to talking about skins as we were prepared for the stage here. So if you guys like skins, let us know as well in the chat. I know Dan's also a big Doctor Strange. He's a Doctor Strange main, so he's eaten real good with the new buff of Doctor Strange.
I think the Maelstrom of Madness, we've already seen examples of it this week where they absolutely want to get up close and personal. The refresh comes out. Yes, a bit of a glass cannon because 25 health points chipped away against Doctor Strange, but I think that's a little negligible as compared to the damage output that has been received.
I'll tell you this. I forgot to mention, since we were talking about skins, there's the Wanderer Doctor Strange skin and also the Old Man Hawkeye skin. So in the Old Man Hawkeye skin, if you guys didn't catch, during the animation, he shoots. Did you see what he shot? He shot a playing card, an ace of spades, I believe.
Yes.
So I'm like, who has a card?
So okay, I've been schooled by chat, right? I actually mentioned this last week. I'm like, okay, are we gonna see? Oh my gosh, I'm blanking right now. Gambit, thank you. Because honestly, I love Gambit, like from the comics, right? Absolutely love it, and having it seen on the movie screen as well is just beautiful to see with the accent. It's beautiful.
We're about to make a name for ourselves. Sorry.
A lot of people school me to say it's not Gambit. It's actually another character from the comics that I don't remember right now. But
chat, let us know, please.
Let us know. But apparently, I was very disappointed. I was heartbroken.
So that Gambit is still kind of in limbo. We're not sure if it might be Gambit because I thought that was a cool way of.
I think it's Deadeye. I think they talked about Deadeye being the hero that had the card. Again, chat, please let me know. I'm struggling in terms of remembering how
our mainstream brain is like, oh yeah, playing cards, Gambit, because X-Men, we've seen that, so we thought it would be that. But if it's someone else, I love how Marvel Rivals also shine a light onto heroes we don't necessarily know from the big screen, like Emma Frost. Then you also have Angela, which you don't really see like, oh, Angela, interesting. Thor has more family members aside from Hela and Loki. Yes, you have Angela, and I wonder if we're going to see any more of that. And people are still kind of speculating when it comes to Daredevil. Is Daredevil actually going to be a duelist or a Vanguard? Because he's kind of swole.
Oh, that's a very interesting thought, right? Like, because you see them in the graphic, they're going head to head, right? Angela up the top and Daredevil down below. That might be a Vanguard v Vanguard. That would be a very interesting mix, having basically a blind Vanguard to take the front lines. I love that storytelling. That's beautiful.
That would be really cool. And I think maybe they might be going for that because I know that they just released 2 damage dealers in Phoenix and Blade. So maybe more love for the Vanguards and hopefully more love for the strategists out there.
More love for the strategists. Come on. I mean, I'm a strategist main. I love myself a little backline action and
some Jubilee.
I'm a Luna Snow main, so I'm not liking this new patch. I'm not gonna lie.
I need 2 more seconds on the dance floor.
I need 2 more seconds.
I need to dance. I need to act like an angel just like crazy. But people are saying Gambit.
Akagi saying Gambit.
Well, that was just the Easter egg that we kind of caught on to. So you gotta also love how NetEase is putting a lot of lore and love to everything, like the compendiums, and also that you have to read some stuff. So you gotta be able to stay up to date, folks. And during the breaks, we'll be able to talk here and there because we're big comic book nerds. So let's check this out. I see Drains in the chat. He's a crazy Raccoon sport, specifically NX. We're about to head on our first domination map, which is going to be in Burn T'Challa.
Burn T'Challa would be the kickoff between these two. Crazy Raccoons versus U-Wink's position number 1 versus 5 here in the Group A session as we lock ourselves straight in. And I think it might be no surprise in terms of some of... Actually, I'm a little surprised. Maybe I shouldn't be with the meta of the Land Shark taking names and the ultimate buff that came with the Season 4 patch. That is ridiculous.
No sharks allowed in Wakanda. We are not going to allow it immediately right off the bat. Unfortunate. Oh, that is not good for any Jeff mains, but it is still pretty good for anyone that does not want to be swallowed by a shark. And it seems like Ewinks is going to lock in the Emma to start things off. Usually, it's a lock-in on Mantis. We want to lock in some strategists to start. Mantis has been more prioritized than Luna, unfortunately. But we are going to see a ban onto Ultron on Crazy Raccoon side.
Indeed. I feel like the Mantis has been a very much must ban. It has been for the most part, but a different take from these two as they kind of dance around their picks and bans. The Ultron being solely locked in from Crazy Raccoons. I think it's going to be, NX running it? I'm trying to draw back in terms of who...
Yeah, NX does have the Ultron. Hyan also is one of the Mitch duelists. But based on my notes, NX does have Torch, Phoenix, Star-Lord, and Ultron.
Yeah,
that's all he's been rotating around.
Those heroes run deep and, call it as it is. The strategist making waves here. Mantis banned out by Crazy Raccoons, and U-Wings take Adam Warlock out of action after having Mantis out as well. I mean, there's a lot of back and forth so far, but there is going to be the lock-in of the Phoenix, most probably by NX themselves.
Yeah, the lock-in of the Torch by Crazy Raccoons here.
Thank you.
So keeping the flyers. We did see that it was I believe Down Payment that tried going for the flyer meta, but it was just so countered. So I wonder if Ewinks has a solution for this. At least they banned out the Warlock. They also have priority when it comes to the Emma's Vanguard here. So it seems like they have one last shot to lock in a character. Will it be a Vanguard? Will it be a... Okay, it's actually going to be a strategist in the name of Adam Warlock.
Okay, they want to keep the continuation here, and then Magneto out of action, which means, it's going to be some a backline like the likes of perhaps the C&D Cloak and Dagger that might go a little bit more free without a Meteor Amp hanging around their heads. It's always a bit of a chicken and egg, or a game of chicken basically when you have these two ultimates online, right? You swing first, respond in kind.
Yeah, that's true. I think it's more of a... Well, I mean, I use Cloak and Dagger, and whenever I hear the Fear Magneto, okay, I fear you, just don't dunk on me, and then it just ends up like just exploding my life bar. So the fact that this Meteor Amp has so much counters and so much utility, it just makes it one of the best ultimates in the game, because you can use it defensively or offensively. And the fact that we always highlight the moments where the dunk happens, but once he starts raising the Meteor Amp, he's already negating damage and also heals on the opponent's team. So it's already used very defensively. So that's something to highlight, that if you guys want to be able to use that Meteor Amp, just tell your chat, like, you didn't get any pickoffs. No, dude, I was creating space for him. I was just trying to get rid of the damage. I'm a tank. I'm taking space. Respect me in my space, bro.
That's what Vanguards are for. You take space, you take damage, you provide healing capability for your strategists, and obviously provide them a space to get a bit more ultimate charge as we kick things off. Uwinx wanting to get a little bit more information, maybe has a portal of a lifetime to cut the rotations of Crazy Raccoons off.
Okay, they don't choose to go for the higher ground just to get some they didn't want to go for the cutoff, they just go for the high ground, but we jumped right down, says Ewing, and we see that the action is already spilling on over. Axeleo is a little too overextended. Ripasuko is going to reap what he sows there and actually able to get a two-person pickoff, and now a complete team wipe from Crazy Raccoons.
Jeez, right off the rip, that is a strong statement coming from Crazy Raccoons, right? Bit of a misplay, and possibly in terms of that portal coming from Neil, that meant that they weren't able to hold that high ground, and then it was just Crazy Raccoons collapsing on all their positions, left, right, center.
I actually thought they'd try to go for the play of how we saw the Doctor Strange in Game 1 play, right? Just cut off the tank and just try and go for a split push type strategy. But now Crazy Raccoon has established their dominance. They can be able to far camp this site and just continue on the damage from way afar, and they have to force the cooldowns from happening on Ewing's side. They have to be very careful because NX and Hyan taking to the skies here is going to be very dangerous. You're going to get the claps going, and Hyan has already launched Supernova. Firestorms left and right here. The sustain is going to keep them alive, though.
Yeah, this invisible boundary has been so crucial, and Neil will find one on to rip. It's a thick attack against their counter. Right now, the Rage of Ultron with the bubble, putting a bit more sustain from the skies onto the side of Crazy Raccoons, onto Winx as well, as Neil tries to hunt them just a little bit more, dancing around with the strange portal. It's going to be them coming in with the Meteor M.
Oh, and
for
also
a target.
Ripasuko has already joined the fray in that teleport, so forcing out two defensive ults to push onto the Eye of Akamoto, and unfortunately no end song pickoff. We do see though that NX is after the dust has settled, has already taken out one. Karmic Revival on Ewing's side, but Multi, it is climbing up to the 90% mark here by Crazy Raccoons.
It is, they're having to push everything, and Ray Sun-hoon pops the fate of both worlds to counter any sort of silent seduction. Near by the corner with an Abagamo and catches three! It's going to be NX out of action, a critical one for the side of Ewing to claim the point for themselves.
The fact that they were able to still bring up to 99 is really good. Ewing still can't afford to lose the team fight just so that they can actually get more numbers on the board. Hyan has already found the Supernova here just to push people away. Moths to a flame. What is the opposite of that? That is what's happening right now as Ewing try to gather themselves and still hold up shop here as Crazy Raccoons are gonna try to come back in this team fight. They still have the numbers advantage here. Hyan taking out the Warlock. The Warlock can come back on in. JT3 hunting down the finish onto the Emma Frost. And now just putting the finishing touches here as Crazy Raccoons wipe out Ewing.
It's just a focus fire onto the Karmic Revival, and those final players from the side of Ubix fall to the wayside. Over time, clock is burning, and really Crazy Raccoons pushing the map control well within their favor to take this first point away.
Yeah, Ewings had the right idea, trying to go for the teleport to start things out, but you couldn't divide the team. Crazy Raccoons were just together as a unit on the site, and they were able to, in the first initial team fight, hold to that 99%. So I wonder, Neil's teleport is actually going to be all right, but in Waterfalls, it's going to be really tough because teams just kind of go head to head. There's not much way for you to be able to circumvent that without using a really interesting portal.
Get ready.
Yeah, and the thing about Waterfalls itself is that, you know, there is that mid-map kind of geographic change that occurs, and that leads to a lot of flank potential, and I feel like it could be a double-edged sword for either of these teams, especially for Ewings, right? You really have to be very aware of what Crazy Raccoons has in play. They've got some, you know, if you send the likes of NX down the corner and able to get some long-range pick via a nice flank, I mean, this will destroy the advantage for Ewings.
Yeah, and the fact that Crazy Raccoons are still running the 2 flyers in this map.
Yeah.
Yes, you do have ramps to be able to try and catch the flyers, but there's such good spots for them to be able to bop and weave from. As we speak, NX is already trying to get set up here in the corridors area, and they have the Akama FPS has to be the one to kind of pick off the eyes in the sky here, as NX has already provided a little bit of support onto Haiyan. JT3 hiding behind the structure here, getting the push to just displace a little bit of the tanks here, gets the choke slam, but able to actually sustain and force out the dance on 2. Okay, gonna have the end song. Oh, able to actually take out Buyukan.
That's a big pick as well. Strategist out of the way, and plus a second, Adam Warlock goes to the wayside, tries to fall back into a safe spot for Cocoon, possibly. Rip takes out Alexio in the midst of it all, and I think that's going to be the point. Giving up away from the Crazy Raccoons, not quite yet, as Ewings fire back with some. But unfortunately, JT3 and Rip make sure of it and secure themselves that point and rising.
Yeah, good takeover of the point at the round start. So it just seems like Ewing's still sticking to the same type. They do have a triple strategist going on here, but when it comes to damage, it's just NX and Haiyan just controlling the pace at the start. You got 2 of the vanguards just wrecking havoc, taking up space, while Seunghyun and Lasso are just keeping everyone alive. So now, next team fight engaged at this corridor side of this map. Let's see if Ewings can kind of push their way out to drop down a point.
In this choke point at the moment, it's just too much to bear. The slam dunk from Haiyan does everything. Now they're just picking them off bit by bit. The League Neil have to not even take the dignity of falling off the map. We'll get a few alt charges towards their next Eye of Agamotto.
Yeah, you definitely want to try to starve your team of presence, and unfortunately he wasn't able to do that self-sacrifice play. So Ewings back to the drawing board here as they try and close the distance. They do have access to that portal, but I mean, they have such good line of sight here, especially with the hit scan of NX. It's just so hard for them to even just get some space to breathe and recollect themselves, as the Eye of Agamotto by Neil is going to have some CC going on, but we still stay alive because NX has that Rage of Voltron for the sustain.
Now it's just a trade of ultimates. Is going to force out the visible boundary. Neil takes to the high ground, but look at the sustain from the Ultron on the high-end Human Torch. It's going to be a it's going to be a bad rush for Dr. Strange right now as Neil tries to take the aggression, but rips right up with there. Push everyone back, and we'll get the drop onto Neil. NX with the drop onto Akame, sending the 2 duelists back into the storm. Now the Carbon Revival comes out. Hopefully they're able to bring back the momentum for Ewings.
Hopefully, that was a jump scare by Dr. Strange to help out the Flyers in the sky. They're going to just give a little bit of ground here. Eye of Agamotto, Basuko, and we see that he's actually able to get a 2-person, make that a 4-person pick off just because of a great eye. And now it's only Neil that's holding up shop, and Neil's the only one that could have teleported back. So it seems like Crazy Raccoons has checkmated Ewings here in domination.
I mean, beautiful play, and honestly, I gotta hand it also to the positioning of the duelists here, right? Both the Human Torch plus, okay, I guess not the duelist, but yes, the Ultron as well. They were able to work off angles, taking the fights outside the waterfall in the open space that is so distracting to have to focus fire down. And that's precisely why Haiyan is MVP here.
Yeah, it was actually a really good teamwork, and I think you were calling the action as well when the Doctor Strange and the Phoenix are trying to go for both the going for high end, but he was being pocket healed by NX that did have the Ultron with him. And then all of a sudden, when they turned that corner, surprise, surprise, Ripatsuko was there to try and help out his flyer buddies. And yeah, they just had really good holds when it came to the angles and really good positioning at the end of the day. And flyer meta is also a reminder that Ultron is a strategist, so they're still playing to the triple strategist, even though he did get those heals, but the final hits were still at 4 and the damage was 11k. So yeah, Crazy Raccoon just showing us levels to their game and just showing us why NX and High-End are to be feared and revered.
Yeah, and the thing about individual players from Crazy Raccoons is that they don't overstay their welcome, right? Like, you get, as we look into the replays, you see a lot of them taking trades effectively, using the cover of the environment around for their protection. And if they get low, they immediately evacuate out of there and let someone else, like a Vanguard or perhaps another strategist, to take their space and continue to apply pressure. And that's why on the stat board, only 3 eliminations against Crazy Raccoons actually, and the remaining 3 have not been eliminated once.
Yeah, that's actually a good point to bring up, especially in the first map too. They did lose a couple of members in a team fight, and they just backed away. It's all right. We've already put 99% onto the point. We could go back away and wait for the stagger to actually dissipate and for our sync to come back in order, and then we push as a team. So they didn't force the issue. There weren't that much overextensions, and I mean, Ewing's really tried where they were able to try and go for that portal play at the start, but when you're at waterfalls, it's really hard, especially if you have NX on the back lines, just aiming down sights and really seeing how you're already at that corridor and you can't even try to portal. You're just smothered into just walking down to the point.
Yeah, and it's all these micro plays from the side of Ewings that, you know, you'll have to do the VOD reviews and really brush up on, like, you know, the early teleport that came out from Neil on point number 1 really should have held the high ground, right? If you are able to get your strategists up on those barriers, there is a little bit of protection because there's a slope around the backside. They can hide around the corners and support the rest of their team that's down below. That's going to be key. Instead, they just kind of poured out like a funnel onto the playing field, and it was just a cleanup crew afterwards. So again, micro plays can be the make and break point for either of these teams.
Definitely. So hopefully we'll see a little bit of cleanup on Ewing's side on their plays. They will have map advantage in the next game, but for now, folks, we got to set up that stage. So we're going to take a very short break. When we come back, the continuation of CR versus Ewings. Be right back.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate.
Crazy Raccoons continuing their undefeated streak here. 9 maps to their name with 0 loss against any of their opponents, unless Ewings has anything to say about that. They're gonna have map pick as well as side pick in map number 2, and they'll really have to bring the heat here.
Dang, can they make it a perfect 10 is the question. It's looking like it, right? Or will Ewings play spoiler, because that could be a first in Marvel Rivals, well, at least Asia history, if someone would go super undefeated. I think we got to check out how things went, but I mean, we covered stage 1. I don't know if there's been a team that's been this dominant, because it's like back and forth here and there. But this one is kind of unprecedented, and when we talked to NX yesterday, they were really gunning for 0 maps being lost and no stone unturned. We're going to head to Symbiotic Surface over at Clintar. This is the map selection of Ewings, and this map just has a lot of potential when it comes to team fights, especially once you get towards that tunnel area. And I wonder, it seems like Ewings will be defending first, so Crazy Raccoons are going to come out of the right off the gate, guns a-blazing.
See, I like this pick for the sole reason that the third leg has the tunnel, and the tunnel is actually a very perfect negation against flyers, right? And so it is very interesting because you have the likes of Hayan and NX that like to take the skies, and they're gonna have the chance to push the cart ahead. But if you can put a nice stronghold defensive around the tunnel and stall the cart around that space, it just denies a lot of coverage, like the flyers of, let's say, obviously the Human Torch, maybe some Phoenix play, because their ultimate from the Phoenix will be negated against the tunnel as well. So that might be the key here for Ewings.
Possibly. So we'll just have to wait and see, because Ewings will have to hold for as long as they can. The hold, for the start of this map, for you to unlock the point, you can have a lot of tries, because you could either walk down mid or go towards the right and try to go for an interesting portal play, which we haven't seen on the side of Ewings. But now, all battles are fought in the picks and bans room to start things out. So let's get to it. Gonna ban out
gonna start
Jeff.
things off with a Lord Jeff tribute, right, on the side of Ewings. You gotta say, look, Lord Jeff, the Land Shark, please grace us with your presence. Right after they're gonna ban it as a bit of a tick for tat. I love it.
Yeah, they're just like, we know how powerful you are. We don't want to face you. We want to lock in with you. That's why we're gonna ban you from the side of Crazy Raccoons, and hopefully they'll be able to lock in the Jeff. Taking out the Adam Warlock, I like this. At least Crazy Raccoon's momentum will be ceased by that. It seems like they still want to just lock in the Ultron, though, and leave Jeff up for banning if Crazy Raccoons would do that.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, the Ultron, a very super pick around the triple strategist meta right now. I honestly, one of the fastest ultimate building strategists as well. And the Rage of Ultron can do it both, right? Damage plus heal. So that's a perfect combo wombo, to say the least. So we move into the second half of the bans here with the Magneto and the Emma denied against Ewings. That leaves them with maybe the double shields, or perhaps forcing them into a bit of a dive. That'd be interesting.
Possibly. I wonder if they're gonna go with that. I like that they took out the Mantis on the side of Ewings, but Crazy Raccoons really attacking the vanguards of Ewings, really, since they will be on the defense at the start. No Strange, no Mag, no Emma, so you're kind of forced with what, Venom, Cap, dive tanks. So you don't really have an anchor to kind of like a solid anchor A or S tier type of vanguard here, just to hold up shop here, leaving all of the strategists on the table, taking out actually the Johnny Storm and reserving themselves a Johnny Storm.
I mean, that's actually really smart, right? Because now with the 3 shield vanguards out of the way, it almost forces Ewings to have to run dive, and then you take away their Johnny Storm, which is arguably one of the best duelists that can support a dive meta. I mean, that is surgical from the side of Crazy Raccoons.
True, and just they're like, fine, you can have the sustains you want, but you're defending first, so you got to make this this lineup work. And It seems like I mean, you can go with the cap, but when you're defending, it's really, you just want to just bunker down and be able to just take up the space that is next to the objective. And in Symbiotic Surface, we've seen a lot of pushes that were just stopped at 2 ticks or 1 tick because of how well that they were able to bunker down. So I wonder what kind of vanguards we are going to see. It seems like we possibly could see the Groot and the Captain America work their magic here. Yeah, Groot's still a very strong staple here within the Season 4 patch. It was untouched, moving from 3.5 to 4, so we'll have to see if Yatoru is going to be able to rock those walls with efficacy, and then the rest of the team really have to focus fire and isolate these 1vx's against the side of Crazy Raccoons. That'll be probably one of the winning conditions that the defending team have to bring to the table here. Yeah, well, Crazy Raccoons, they have, I'd say, a number of attempts to try and push forward here. And considering how the picks and bans went, they have actually a list of vanguards that they can be constantly moving forward like an iron wall. Already with Eyes in the Sky and Hyan on NX. They have to worry about that. They also have an Ultron on their side, as well as a Kama FPS, just to pepper in a little more damage here, just so that it'll be harder for them to push towards the point. Yeah, at this moment, just trying to get up their Galactic Legends for a bit of a, defensive hold is the name of the game, as Crazy Raccoons take to the right side of the map or left side, depending on which side you are on. But the high ground is in their favor as the walls are broken. The geographicness is opened up for the side, and this forces these strategists have to be corralled into the corner. Yeah, I like how they're able to split push the attention, and now, holding on to the high ground here. NX just being very precise, takes out Yatoru. That's the first Vanguard to fall. JT3 now trying to 1v1 here up against the strategist, along with Hyan looking for the finishing blow, and they're able to actually take the numbers game to their advantage as Ewings is trying to reel back here and try to figure out how they're able to stop the march of Crazy Raccoons. Jeez, I mean, these Crazy Raccoons are looking really strong right now. 5-15 on the point as this cart comes chugging along, and they do their signature. They're not backing out right. They want to build the next supernova to make it interesting, but Yaruto caught out in a terrible position. Not enough support coming in their way, so JT3 just knocks Groot's head off. And they're not resting on their laurels. They want to press the issue. They want to get their ultimates online to stop Crazy U-Wings from ever taking map control. That is true. I just think that they're so precise when it comes to just focusing onto one target, just making sure the first domino piece falls, or at least the first first card piece in House of Cards to fall. And it seems like Neil was in the crossfires. Rage of Ultron for Rage of Ultron here. NX with the sustain, and he's also able to take out the Ultron on the side of U. The cart, the objective has not stopped moving. Absolutely diabolical right now. Yatoru on the Venom just to be able to play some stall. Will give their life for it, but I'm not sure if that's going to be enough. Possibly able to regroup with the rest of U-Wings that want to be able to burst through. But look at the coverage coming from Crazy Raccoons all around this choke point, using the environment to their advantage. So U-Wings will have to kind of back out. But look, Crazy Raccoons are really on top of it, knowing to reposition themselves. And Lastros already got their ultimate online. Doesn't need it, as a supernova will come in hot. Just like clockwork, right? They're not coming out. Oh, they're coming on this spot here. Gets the choke, pushes him towards the tornado of fire, and this offense coming on in. Freedom charge of the charge of Crazy Raccoons to capture the second point. It's still a numbers game at the end of the day, and we see the invisible boundary to counter the Beast of the Abyss. Ripatsuko taking out Fuyukan, and they're just constantly staggered at this point. Ewing trying to hold, but unfortunately Crazy Raccoons is going to dominate this point and unlock it as we march down the tunnel. Unbelievable performance, right? I mean, U-Wings put up a huge fight, but this will be the most important part of contention. As Hyan doesn't wait for the tunnel, right? You want to be able to push past it immediately, and that's the aim of the game. Even JT3 is right up with there, trying to draw away and possibly force some cooldowns. But okay, coming with the Galactic Legends, gonna work their magic, but beautiful Meteor M from JT3, absolutely shutting it down.
instantly at the point of notice.
What a response. Once Galactic Legend was used, the solo ult, we go for the Meteor M. Now we're free to use the Rage of Ultron, says NX. We're still cleaning up shop here. All team fights has been won by Crazy Raccoons, and we're still marching Flintheart down this lane. We're done with the tunnel, by the way, so the Flyers can run rampant here, and now they're forced into their spawn rooms here.
Look, the pressure coming from the Human Torch is unbelievable. You don't want to press out because you're just giving the Johnny Blaze more fuel for their next ultimate. Is right now Crazy Raccoons, you know, just looking so good. That's a Supernova already online from him, just providing so much damage. Rage of Ultron tries to fire things back. Masakame will keep fire on these Flyers, but the stain against Crazy Raccoons is too much.
And now Eternal Bond just to add more pressure onto the objective here. Seonghun gets a piece and Axeleo gets taken out. So it seems like UWings are going to have to just hold on to the point as so much time is left on the clock. They don't even need a Warlock, and they're still constantly just adding more pressure. They're forced to backline here, and there's only one person left onto the objective. Crazy Raccoons now. Constant pressure, constantly always a step ahead in this matchup, and they're still just ahead in terms of utility.
Unbelievable work for Crazy Raccoons. The train literally never stopped once it left the station, and what, 2 minutes and 53 seconds is a phenomenal race of that cart all the way to point number 3.
Just a bullet train of offense, all gas, no brakes by Crazy Raccoons. You know what their stop is? It's going to be in the playoffs, folks. They're ready
100%.
to head towards playoffs. My goodness, what an offense. So now UWings needs to duplicate that same type of a grit, that same type of strategy coming into this, and Crazy Raccoons, they just need to hold. If they can hold from the start, they're going to make this a quick day in the office.
I draw back my memory to like phase number 2, basically from the side of Crazy Raccoons, where they took so much map control instantly, right? And that is the play that Crazy Raccoons loves to do. They actually hide in layers of defense ahead of the objective and make you have to work, at least burn your cooldowns, take some chip damage to even get onto the point or objective and contest, right?
True.
Right off the bat, we're already seeing that, right? The positioning from Heian is aggressive, and you play those layers of defense very early on.
Yes, you do. W's in the chat, W's for the teams, and W's for Nell that's joining us. Hopefully you're doing well, my guy. Do send him your well wishes as he goes through a procedure. He will be ready, though, for the playoffs, just as Crazy Raccoons are ready to just march their way and punch their ticket to that playoff. But for now, they have to stop UWings in their tracks for them to be able to unlock this objective. So, let your voice be heard in chat. Is it going to be Crazy Raccoons? They're going to support UWings? Let us know as UWings tries to take over the point.
Angela, chosen by Yotaru, maybe is the interesting pick here that might try to rip some of these Flyers off, as Rips are ready here to hold the defense against the Asgardian Vanguard. Oh, the dive. Oh, and a beautiful tether onto the side of Yotaru, who has to kind of dive out of there.
So Angela doing a really good job, and the pocket heals are working. So this team fight is actually lasting pretty long. No one has advantage on ultimate just yet, but NX seems to be the highest in terms of ult farming. So the Rage of Ultron might come online before anyone else here as they still continue this team fight. But UWings as well, their Ultron is also being fed a lot, so no one has fallen just yet. Who's going to pop in first? We're going to find out in a bit.
Yotaru takes, unfortunately, an L right there. And Crazy Raccoons now clean up shop one at a time, and they don't overcommit either, right? Just use one rage, one ultimate from the side of NX just to be able to secure their dub, because they know that UWings are sitting on a comfortable at least 2, possibly 3, moving into the next team fight here. So they're saving up for it. Gonna isolate this Angela, who is out of position just a little bit more, but able to peel back with it. Not if JT3 takes out Neil pretty early on.
Okay, we gotta watch out. Fuyukan is ready for the swallow, but the diamond form is gonna deny, and Ripasuko, sends this Shark Week back into the spawn room. Crazy Raccoons have 3 checks to cash here. Man, they were able to deny that takeover very well, and now the stagger is real here. UWings, they gotta think of something, because Crazy Raccoons are not giving them any ground for them to walk on.
Yeah, they didn't even burn any ultimate, right? They're sitting on a comfy, like 5 of them, just able to work their magic. Akami trying to open up things, but Heian's just there to maybe deny. Oh, a huge choke slam onto the Toru. And now with the Vanguard out of the way, Heian has free reign on this back line to rain fire tornadoes and just hold everything back. We talk about the aggression that Crazy Raccoons has. This is, prime time masterclass of it.
Yeah, they are. I mean, the way that they're just able to just control them away from point that they're not even able to get it. And look at that, just countered this Galactic Legend with the Meteor M, but JT3 actually getting taken out by Ultron. So now this could be the first domino piece to fall into place of Ewing. And the Rage of Ultron is going to help them out. Hyan is going to try and stop the Rage of Ultron from getting any more pickoffs here. And JT3 immediately switching to the Angela here to just get everyone off the objective.
Still have the invisible boundary helped by Sung-Woo, and that might come in, but they're not wanting to use that just yet. They feel like they still have well within control. Really trying to get Angela out of action here with some focused fire, but sustain from Neo is great! And talking about sustain, it's just gonna pick onto JT3, so it's Ewing's just soaring straight into the point.
Wow, just the invisible boundary at the edge of the point for them to just keep containing, and they're still able to hold. They weren't able to even get a kick multi, and Crazy Raccoon still holds strong here as Ewings try to get Elim after Elim. JT3 now making it 2v1 up against the Mantis here, so we're still able to hold. Ewings now finally, Akama FPS is gonna go uncontested with the Galactic Legend.
Trying to find a pick, though we'll find a second with Angela hot on their heels, but nothing was to come out from it now. The Rage of Ultron will be cleaning up shop. Ewings look like they're in good control here. NX on the strange, the Desperation Portal does come out, and that's gonna be Heian coming with the Supernova, attacking this backline. He'll immediately out of action, but Alexio will counter that right off the ring.
Okay, and we do see that Angela was able to actually establish a bit of dominance here on Ewings' side. They're still holding quite strong, but the numbers game, NX is going to get kidnapped just to push them away. Yotoru as well. JT3 wants the 1v1 Angela. Hyan onto the Spider-Man just to add more bodies to the point as JT3 has to maneuver his way out, and just like that, Ewings are off the point, and now Aya Agamotto just for the crowd control. Captain America still stays alive with his shield, but not for long, says Ripasuko.
Rip does get, oh, and it's just able to push them out. We talk about displacement, we talk about the ferocity, and Crazy Raccoons brings it all.
Amazing way that they were able to face through adversity. Again, GGs are going to be called here. Crazy Raccoons, gotta give it up to our friends over at Ewings' side. Hyan, the Spider-Man was not seen, but what was seen were the Supernovas, the Torch plays. Amazing performance on Crazy Raccoon's side. Undefeated. Count it up, chat. 10 maps played, 10-1, 0 lost.
That's certainly why so many teams in Group B are looking forward for their matchup against Crazy Raccoons. Amazing performance here in Group A, and really a very, very strong contender to be top 2, maybe even top 1 here in the Asia region. So I love the adjustments that they've made. Once again, bringing along the likes of NX plus Lastro being just namesakes for the Crazy Raccoons team, invigorating their playstyle and being so gosh dang aggressive with it.
Yeah, and showing also that at the start they actually didn't change up their lineup, right? They were going for the Flyers, and then all of a sudden you start to see, all right, it's not working out quite well, and then they've already kind of switched things up, as you can see here in the player card here. JT3, he got sent back, so he needed Angela for him to actually cover some ground. Ripasuko just being the Emma, and you also had NX actually being the one to kind of portal on in just to add more. So NX being, even though he is the main duelist, he knows that, all right, if I got sent back to spawn and I need to add more bodies to the point, I can go strange, I can portal in, I can just add more to the table here. So yeah, Crazy Raccoons, flawless run. Cannot wait to see them in playoffs. Ewings, I'd have to also give my shout outs, my kudos to them for giving us amazing matches all throughout the group stage.
Yeah, NT, for the side of Ewings, absolutely did your best here, but it was just a bit too much to bear, There were a few terrific hero plays coming out from the likes of XOXO, Gitaru, giving us a showing from Angela as well, seeing how we can really work that backline harassment onto the likes of Heian, as well as JT3 from the Crazy Raccoon side. And Akame also trying to find these picks, but hey, with every action that U-Wings brought out, there was an equal and opposite reaction from Crazy Raccoons. Like, it was Newton's Law all over again. You know, the moment, for instance, Akame on the Starlord brought out the Galactic Legends, it was just JT3 out with the Meteor. I mean, it was perfect response.
Yeah. Through and through, right? Just anything that they did, they were able to come up with a solution. Or remember, I'll bring up also a Ripasuko moment where it's Jeff went in easy, diamond formed. All right, I'm just gonna beat down the Jeff, and then it's gonna be for nothing. So just the way that they're able to just see these things and break it down to the X's and O's and the ones and zeros for them to be able to be just an inch or a step ahead. Even when there were that signs of life by Ewing where they did capture that point, they still had Portal, they still had this and that, even though there were a numbers disadvantage. They stayed cool, calm, and collected. So just an incredible performance by Crazy Raccoons.
Incredible indeed. And even to... And it all started in maps, in the hero picks and bans as well. We kind of talked about it during the pre-show where, like, once again, Crazy Raccoons, mad respect for being able to actually respect each and every of their opponent and really give it their all, right? They don't hold back on their punches. They had a absolute crazy kind of picks and bans, banning out 3 shields as well as the Human Torch out of the lineup from U-Wings, and that just corralled U-Wings possibly into uncomfortable picks, into uncomfortable positions, and unfortunately the uncomfortable kind of loss at the end of it all.
Yeah. So again, shoutouts to U-Winks for them to be able to take Crazy Raccoons to that limit, to that overtime towards the end. But fact still remains, Crazy Raccoons having one of the most dominant runs here in Marvel Rivals Ignite history in the Asia side of things. And if they will be the ones to represent us in Asia, I'm pretty excited to see how they'll be performing in the big stage if they're going to bring that type of heat and that type of chemistry to the big stage.
Indeed. I mean, 3rd place from stage 1, and they look so much stronger than they were from there. So like they're probably also gunning for the likes of, you know, the throne position from GenG as well as Rejects, and you know, them obviously moving off into the playoffs. That will have to pan out.
Yeah, and just like that, chat, we will be interviewing the man himself, NX. So let your voice be heard in chat. He is definitely we're gonna try to get some of these questions going. So I cannot wait to ask NX how his run has been so far. It's been flawless as of yet. So let's welcome NX and also congratulate him. There he is, NX. Congratulations, 10 maps won, 0 loss. That's gotta feel good. How's the team feeling?
No, we're feeling great after that, truly.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
It's beautiful to see, honestly, not holding back any punches. I saw the way y'all kind of dismantled U-Wings on second map, even starting at the picks and bans. How strategic are you doing your picks and bans against heroes? Is research done every single time, or is it more of like trying to make sure that they can't counter what you are trying to bring?
We're iterating every day. We don't do everything dependent on the team. We sort of just go for what's best, right? We have like a fundamental style to the game.
Okay, that's actually pretty cool because we actually noticed that, you were able to deny all the good vanguards from the side of U-Wings. And just to pick your brain a little more, and this is more of just a personal question, when it comes to Season 4, who do you think are the biggest winners of Heroes and the biggest losers of Heroes, in your opinion?
Oh, well, personally, I think it's Starlord and Jeff, right? So Starlord didn't really see much play last season, and I was like very sad, but now he's like very, very well picked.
Anyone that received the huge, or like do you see that might not be able to make it in pro play that received the nerfs?
It's hard to, I don't really remember who they nerfed honestly, but
okay. There's I'm gonna say like Luna got nerfed, Loki got nerfed, but very much.
It's Loki. It's definitely Loki. You don't see him as much as you
Oh
used to.
yes.
Not as prioritized, but yeah, I'll go for it.
Huge nerf for Loki, and we're feeling that in the server. We feel like we've seen less of them as well. Hey, last question, unless Posh has something as well. Just trying to look ahead, you know, obviously Crazy Raccoons making it into the playoffs, and now Group A and Group B will be merged into the playoffs. And I got a call back in terms of the top two that Crazy Raccoons lost to in stage 1, which was Reject and GenG. Between these two teams, who are you most personally excited to go up against?
Yeah, so they're both really great teams. I honestly think they're very evenly matched as well. So there's no easy out of the two, right? Like us, GenG, and Reject were all fighting for those 2 line spots. One of us isn't going to make it, so I'm really excited to play against GenG, I think.
Okay, got it. If I could ask a two-parter question for me to close it out, is there a message you want to give to Rejects and GenG, and is there a message you want to give to the chat, because there's so much love for Crazy Raccoons and specifically you, NX?
Yep.
You have the mic. Go for it.
I don't have much to say to the other teams. I think our gameplay speaks for itself, but they haven't seen all of us yet, because obviously our group was much easier than Group B, in my opinion.
Okay.
It's not much to say there, and to the fans, thank you. Thank you for your support.
All right, awesome. NX, you're the GOAT. We love seeing you play. We love seeing your Star-Lord, and we can't wait to see you in the playoffs. Please rest well, and we'll see you on October, okay? All right, have a good night.
Thank you.
Perfect. Oh my gosh, just aura forming is this king right now. Just exuding them vibes. Cool, calm, and collected. Cool as a cucumber. You know what it is? After the dub, that's the best place to be.
Yeah, just feeling pretty happy about that type of performance as well. Trust that Star-Lord and Jeff will be played a lot. Yeah, I think, you know what, Jeff has kind of been overshadowing a lot of the buffs that we did talk about, and Star-Lord was not touched, so he's very much viable with how well he still is. He's still got like that invul frame when he does his role. He's still really good with his Galactic Legend, so cannot wait to see that. But folks, we have to take a very short break. When we come back, it's going to be our last match of the day. Don't go anywhere. More of Marvel Rivals Ignite when we come back.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rifts winters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time. tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our
Smoke screen! I'm hunkering down. Judge! Jury! Executioner!
Surge! Force Burst! Disappear!
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the main event of the day, the final match of the group stage. It is OEG versus GenG. Multitudes of Botch Spice gonna cover this one. Multi, it's kind of a bittersweet ending to the group stage. How are we feeling about this one?
It really is. I mean, the bitter part is obviously that everything's kind of almost set in stone at the moment, and we've got our winners and our losers. But the sweet part was we were able to really see teams kind of demonstrate their knowledge of the Season 4 meta coming in and give us a glimpse as to what's to come in days future.
Yeah, what's that saying, how it goes? It's not about the wins and losses, it's about the friends we make along the way.
And possibly enemies. Hey, we got some some fighting words in those interviews, and I'm very excited to see how this pan out.
It's not about the Season 4. It's about the Angelo we made along the way, or the friends we made along the way, the Angelo we meet along the way that's gonna kidnap us. But it is gonna be our last match of the day. So I hope that chat will give us extra energy here and give the teams extra energy here as we close out the group stage strong. OEG still I believe in 5th place here, can make a huge name for themselves, but unfortunately, if they get a 2-3, they're still unable to topple Zero Tenacity or Down Payment. So best they could do is try to topple GenG, which is a franchise favorite in this tournament, has only received 1 L in the form of rejects in an intense matchup that they went through. So trust that they will bring their 100% along with OEG in this matchup.
Yeah, and basically GenG sitting comfortable at 2nd place, and even if they win 2-0, it's unlikely that they will be able to take over 1st seed from the set of rejects. So things are kind of starting to settle into place.
Whoa.
And it'll be interesting to see how it all pans out at the end of the series.
Yeah, I'm just looking also because they do have some Monster and False playing from the NA region, right? And they're going to be playing in really strict conditions, and they have been performing quite well. So let's see how they will be performing up against OEG. And GenG still sitting pretty. I think they're actually in the 1st place spot in the group stage. And after the end of this chat, we'll be able to reiterate where the group stage is at. I'm not sure if the brackets are going to be set today, but you got to follow Marvel Rivals and all the socials to keep up to date. But the date to remember is October 2 to 5th, because that's where the playoffs are going to begin, and it's going to be a best of 5 instead of best of 3.
And then obviously the grand finals will be the best of 7. And if you've been following the Asia scene, we all cast our memories back to the last best of 7. Posh was there. I was obviously in chat. You were up in cast with Nell, and we went the historic 8th map chat. I cannot believe we went 8 maps in the best of 7. I mean, that sentence doesn't make sense in any multiverse.
Only here in Asia it does. Even we were being referenced by the global scene also. Wow, Asia, they had the best of 8 in a game of 7. Like they had a map 8 in a best of 7. Unheard of. Unbelievable.
And that of course went between the 2 titans of Reject and GenG, and went Reject's way, and GenG weren't happy with that, so the roster has really flipped on their heads. 4 new players joining their team: Monster, Hoodie, False, and Felix, bringing some international presence, like Monster from USA, False from Canada, coming in from like ex-Citadel players. I think they're trying to reinvigorate some new life, and it's really been showing a new sense of the GenG identity here in the last 8 days.
Yeah, I like the shakeups, right? Because they're only getting better here, and me and Nell are big believers of how rejects are also doing things, as they just have small and minute changes, because nothing can replace synergy, nothing can replace experience with if you're in the trenches with your fellow brother or sister in doing these things. It's good to get imports here and there, but you kind of have that all-star mentality as well. Like, who's going to be the IJL, who's IGL, who is going to be the one to kind of shot call and put people in their place when there's a misplay that happens, or to try and reel everyone back up. So personalities definitely do clash, but GenG, as of now, as of late in the group stage, has been performing quite well. OEG have a huge titan ahead of them in the name of GenG as we head to our first domination game in Burin T'Challa.
Yeah, OEG, you know, we've got the likes of some old names from the side of OEG from stage 1. Sui, Midstar, Hayo, Onse, coming from the likes of, you know, Marvel Vietnam Esports, LNTR, as well as O2 Blast. Those are definitely blasts from the past when you think about some of these names from stage 1, but they had assembled themselves a bit of a team that is OEG, and unfortunately struggled to really push the pieces together, unlike what Down Payment was able to do.
Yeah, I believe OEG's win did come against Rocket University, so the best they could do now is end this series in a bang. If they're able to put GenG's name on that list of dubs, that would be very huge. So seems like the picks and bans looking quite standard here, blocking out the Mantis, as well as GenG taking out the Adam Warlock. Now, will they actually go for it? Seems like they're just gonna go for the Ultron. So seems like Ultron has been getting a lot of screen time here today here at Multi.
Yeah, and it's interesting because honestly, I should have noticed, but NX actually brought up a very good point. We're not seeing Loki bans anymore. We aren't. We straight up just Loki. Unfortunately, you get the 80% kind of buff against their clones. It's just too much to bear, and a couple of other ones as well. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Yeah, it's just 80%. The copy is now 2 seconds later, as well as him being in the God of Mischief. I think even yesterday it was kind of prevalent that once he's used his lanterns, he's kind of a sitting duck. So you just wait for him to use the lanterns. Once it's done, all right, you can go for the pickoff. So it seems like more priority is on the Mantis, more on the Luna, and as well as the Jeff and Ultron that's going to be locked in by GenG.
Yeah, I love the Landshark making themselves a bit of a prelude here in a lot of games. We even saw in the last series a double ban of Jeff the Landshark from both sides. I mean, if that's not confidence to the Landshark being such a playmaker, I don't really know what is, to be honest.
I like the fact that they actually ban out the Venom off of GenG, because Venom has that synergy with that Jeff, and they lock in their own Jeff. I wonder if they're going to be able to mirror this type of ban. But so far, it seems like they were attacking most of the Vanguards, and it seems like they've also capped off. They literally capped off the heroes with Captain America being banned for the last one. So it seems like they do save up the Jeff, but Ultron and Luna Snow will be the difference maker for the locks of GenG and OEG Esports.
Yeah, I actually like the bans from OEG Esports of the Human Torch plus Captain America against GenG. I feel like, yes, there's no like actual in-game team up between these two characters, but the synergy of playstyles that can come with a well-coordinated duo to find those backline picks is so big, right? We've got, perhaps, I'm looking at Brownie, I'm looking at Monster, who's really able to run circles, and if you put both of them into positions of pure, precise pinpoint dual ability, I think that's too much to bear. So a huge takeaway from OEG, and hopefully it pans out for them.
I'm looking at also GenG's lineup here. They're gonna run with the Warlock Ultron, having Choppa being the main healer, and Choppa usually on a duelist. But hey, if he's the Luna Snow, you gotta be very careful. And the fact that I think Luna Snow can also carry the damage, but they are still gonna run with this, as False and Monster will be holding the front lines, and Snake usually onto the Ultron is not on Ultron. It's gonna be Felix.
Yeah, a bit of a switcheroo right there, giving them their chance to possibly shine a little bit more on the flying strategies as we take to that first point right now. Both teams want to use the high ground for a bit of advantage, while Little Vex will drop down and meet Monster in the middle for a bit of a brawl, a bit of back and forth action. It has been enveloped by a lot of flames from the side of OEG, and we'll start things off with a bit of a dive on the backline here.
Wow, okay, a little too hot to handle for Venom here. So immediately just puts the brakes, goes for another dive as he's already healed up. But Felix just making sure that dive was a little too risky. They're one Vanguard down, still fighting on point here. Snake now, this is his chance to kind of push on in as Hoodie and Bolt clean up a 2-for-1 pickoff for GenG to control the mission area.
Yeah, once Ninimu was taken out, no more air superiority to contest against GenG, and they're taking the fight all the way into the choke point here. It's gonna be Hyel unfortunately having to reset the timer for OEG Esports just a little bit as GenG continue to rack up ultimate points for themselves.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job just forcing the cooldowns as they try to make their way towards that point, and they're just kind of forced to fight in this tunneled area. So let's see if there's going to be any flanks by Fab that's going to be set up for them to push accordingly. So far, GenG doing a great job just fighting them from afar. Choppa's already used the claps just to keep everyone alive and also take out the Venom. You do see the T-posing of Snake, and now forcing out, oh my god, taking out Sui as he was trying to go for the Beta Boat World.
I mean, the big plays right now, but here we get the Karmic Reviver from Hoodie just on the corner. Gonna be able to bring back Monster into the action move as a Supernova looking for a great time to unleash it while the focus fire onto the chest will take out Sentinel. Supernova coming on strong at the moment, just trying to work it. A Snake with pinpoint accuracy finds one onto a second. The Venom is in sight. Chopper's gonna find a little Vex in the mix of it all, and OEG finding their momentum stifled.
Yeah, Hoodie was the one that was eliminated, but the Cocoon factor is going to be on the table here, and 2-person pickoff for GenG. The KOs have been lighting the screen blue, and so far 80% and counting onto the mission area. OEG has not switched things up. Oh, actually, Sentinel taking out the Land Shark and going with the Punisher. He needs to build up an ult for the final judgment and needs to time it very well with the Fate of Both Worlds by Sui. Fab does have the Beast of the Abyss, and now they need to force an overtime multi.
The Feast comes in, but so much sustain, able to provide for the rest of their team, and Chopper won't find Fab. I mean, normally on a duelist role, but the strategist will do the same. False will get their counterpart out of action, and the Sentinel's nowhere close to the point. It's gonna be a clean sweep, 100% for GenG Esports.
That was a really good domination round for GenG, and they didn't even use anything too fancy. They didn't go for any portal plays. They just played with their strength. Choppa being able to chop down the defenses and keeping everyone alive. Hoodie didn't even need didn't have the Karmic Revival to use, or didn't really have that specific. I think Snake and Monster, just the tandem of them using that end song and Meteor M, just taking out Sui before he's able to dance the night away. And unfortunately for OEG Esports, they have to take things to waterfalls just for them to stay alive in this domination map.
Alright, so we get a Bucky kind of flavor here. Sentinel hopping onto the newly buffed Winter Soldier that might be useful. Ooh, look at the aura farming. Wait, the walking?
Yeah,
the walking from Ninimu on the controller?
He's not on controller, he's on PC. How do you do that? I can only do that on controller, but yeah, let us know, chat. But Ninimu able to do that. Okay, so yeah, too much aura, making everyone kind of pause and like, we'll walk in here, guys.
I'm walking here. Both. I love it. Just stare down in server. Just aura far. And the production captured it. Beautiful. I love it.
I like that. There's a lot of memes, especially at the start of the game. All right, let's walk to point. All right, walk. We just walk. They're able to actually able to do that. So, man, I guess the spirits are still a little high in OEG Esports' side, just kind of making fun, or at least taking light of the situation with the Spider-Man potential pick. I would like to see Sentinels on that Bucky, since there was that buff, but man, I would say with the lineup I'm seeing on GenG's side, it's all business. They're not gonna let up. They're still going triple strat, and they're still gonna reign supreme with their Emma and Magneto with the end song on Snake's side.
Yep. I mean, they certainly have a lot of angles covered. I want to call out Hoodie's Karmic Revival as well. You know, a lot of the times we talk big and we hype the voices around huge Karmic Revivals, 3, 4, 5 revivals, but hey, even the tandem of bringing back a single Vanguard, which is what Hoodie had prioritized, bringing back Monster into the fray. That is so important to continue the momentum, right? It's
True.
sometimes these small micro plays that I love to put the highlight here on stream.
Also, another play that I did just remember now was once the Jeff did get the swallow, they were just right on it. I think it was
right on their tail.
It was the Ultron that was able to actually get the to eliminate the Jeff, and just got that. Oh, it was Felix, who had that one person swallow, I believe, onto Snake's side. So yeah, they just have all their grounds covered at this point, and I'm excited to see how they're going to be able to continue on this dominance as the first team fight happens before they even touch the point, before the mission area begins.
Yeah, changing pace here for OEG, right? Normally possibly going to the point is normally what they do, but they want to wrap around. Look how where Little Vex is looking back for some support, saying, hey, you gotta come with me. So it's gonna be the Magneto just forcing a bit of a flank action here on the backside, plus Sentinel just trying to land sparks on all these players, but unfortunately GenG has their way with the point and will start collecting those percentages.
Ooh, see, oh my god, another wombo combo from GenG's side to take out Sui. Deja vu all over again. Call me Chicken Little, but the sky is falling on Sui's side, courtesy of GenG, and they just wreak havoc here to take over the first mission area.
I mean, hey, despite the nerf of the Fate of Both Worlds from 12 to 10 seconds, GenG still respects it heavily enough to expend 2 ultimates into the face of Sui. That's how powerful Luna still continues to be even after the nerf. So once again, all eyes on Luna Snow to provide this backline support as they take to this high ground after a bit of a change up in the geographical slides here for Waterfall.
Yep, and now it seems like they do have the higher ground as they try to get towards the point here. Oh, Minimu does have a Kraken impact to work with. Okay, Prison doesn't get any death mark going. We just continue on here as Felix has the sustain as well as falls. He's going to try to draw with a Psionic Seduction along with the end song being done here. Hoodie is going to keep everyone alive with a Karmic Revival, but OEG still trying to continue to fight on here. Snake is going to actually get revived here.
That's ridiculous. After having taken all this post-border combat, you bring him back into the fight, but hey, False and Felix just were able to wipe up the floor, leaving OEG once again with a big goose egg in terms of percentage points on this cap.
Shout out to You're Probably Cringe. Thank you so much for letting us know how to do that walk. I will try it out later. But for now, it seems like Minimu is going to try to get some pickoffs here from the distance. OEG's Lil Vex still far. He's gonna get a freeze just to stagger him just a little bit before they can even touch point. And GenG might be looking at 100% gain here in this second waterfall map. Snake is actually gonna try to attack the back lines, taking out OEG Sentinel.
Big stuff. Minimu making sure they understand why it's big to play this with Soldier, but now suppressed by Felix from the Rage of Ultron. Has to kind of dive around this. Ruby has to survive. The back line is being harassed by the likes of Hoodie, who gets Heil out of the way. Bit of one more malforce inside the chopper to go to just dance around and sustain the rest of these players here. Subi responds in kind with 2 dance floors, but beautiful. Second prison, and Inimu will find Monster. Chopper's out of action. OEG Sports find a bit of momentum.
Wow, he flew up before he was able to get the Kraken impact, so now we're on a reset. OEG has won the point, but the battle still continues here. Back and forth they go, and OEG cleans up shop. False was the last one standing. GenG are staggered. They're not going to go for the Doctor Strange play. They're going to just try to walk down site here, so OEG Esports are in the fight, folks.
Might as well walk it. You are sitting comfy at 99%, and so you have time on your side, and that's what OEG is trying to prevent, right? Fab playing up front, just trying to deny and possibly force some cooldowns. The backing of Loki and Luna Snow right behind them for a bit of sustain. Since is right there as well with them. I'm looking at Hayo having the Loki out as well to be able to maybe make a play on the Fate of Both Worlds for a 20-second delay.
Yeah, and now Snake just trying to set up a point here. Wow, able to actually get a Snake onto Minimu, and now has a free angle here for all the Vanguards. Choppa trying to keep everyone alive. Eye of Agamotto, taking out Heil. Aya Bakamoto taking out Hoodie, but it's fine. He can totally just revive himself, but Lil Vector's not going to have that privilege. He's going to get dunked on. Monster taking out 2 of the Vanguards, and now a support ultimate by Sui just to hold the point up until like the 60% mark. Hoodie's going to try and come back in this matchup. Felix, he's gonna just go in tandem with the Psionic Seduction just to get the elims, while we see that Fab has switched on over to the immovable object in the thing to hold ground.
They actually have to, right? GenG's already got the point under their belt, and it's gonna be Hoodie up top just denying entrance onto this waterfall point, clicking heads non-stop. Ninimu tries her best to impersonate and does get falls out of action, but yo, you gotta play on the point. Last person standing will be taken out. No one's left, and OEG lose that final round. GenG able to get domination.
You gotta admire the fighting spirit of OEG. They were able to stagger a little bit on the 99% mark. It took a little bit of time for GenG to gather themselves, but man, once they did, it was all GenG towards the end there. And Felix being the MVP, my goodness, his pickoffs along with Hoodie were just so good. Choppa also coming back here, and also on the Luna Snow was quite the sight to see.
Yeah, everybody playing out of their freaking minds, and you know, we kind of were able to see how focused they were in terms of their shot calling and their mid-round kind of IGLing, right? Able to say, hey, I'll save your picks and your ultimates for certain circumstances. We wait for the combo wombo between the Ansong Inferno as well as the Meteor M. We focus fire onto the Jeff in there, it's Jeff form, and it's just so much coordination that's exuding out from GenG right now.
It is. And they actually were able to get really good responses, right? The fact that they were able to get the combo of the Meteor M and the End Song onto Sui, I think it was around twice. Then they were also able to, I mean, they got Kraken impacted. They were trying to go for the Strangling Prison and Kraken impact for the death marks to happen, but at one point they actually was able, I forgot who it was, but he was able to jump up, and unfortunately the Kraken impact did not happen, so the reset of the ultimate did occur on OEG's side. So first map was kind of dominant, but you started to see signs of life and that fighting spirit by OEG here in this map, and at the end of the day, though, GenG was able to hold strong as they were able to win team fights and also be ahead in terms of ultimates.
Yeah, you gotta start trying to think about the specific ticks that GenG have, right? Sui actually knows that their Fate of Overwars is being watched very, very closely by the Magneto plus the Phoenix. So actually waited for them to expand theirs before using the final Fate of both worlds towards the end. That is counterplay from the side of OEG, from the side of Sui as well. So a lot of adjustments, and we hope to see a little bit more of that moving into map 2.
Hopefully, right? Just the in-game shot calling and also the ult tracking on GenG's side is just world class. And the fact that GenG has played that way and stayed that sharp even through the when the bullets started flying and when like things got super chaotic, they were still able to reel them in and play a disciplined game. It just shows that they're world class. So cannot wait to see how they are going to perform in map number 2. But for now, OEG will have to be on ice for a little bit and consider what they can do because they have map selection. So let's take a short break. When we come back, it's going to be map 2 of GenG versus OEG.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really and those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time.
Welcome back, gamers and grass touchers, to what is potentially the last map here in the Ignite Stage 2 Asia region between GenG and OEG. Unless OEG have something to say about it and the clapback, basically.
Yeah, that's true. I think yesterday also was a big indication when Rocket University won up against Rejects. They were able to win map number 2, so you could be one of the channel point winners if you want to be able to place your parlays onto our friends at OEG. I believe Nell won 14k channel points. He'll be buying an iPhone 17 with those channel points.
What an absolute bad influence y'all are. All right,
You gotta believe, Multi. You gotta believe, bro.
That's fair. That's fair, and I think there is a chance. You know, at this moment, if we're able to pinch Reject and you know let them fall a little bit with a loss from Zero to Nasty, I think it's well within OEG to instill a bit of hope for the rest of Group B as well as Group A against GenG.
But don't quote me if you guys lose those channel points. I'm not allowed to. in my region, I can't. So I'm just saying, like, hey, you know, I supply the hype. I don't partake though. I just like say, hey, maybe this person.
I actually can't either.
You can't either.
Both these casters are in regions that we can't put points down. So don't take our word for any of it. We're just talking right up from our butts.
Yeah. It's you do whatever you want with your channel points, and I'm pretty sure that GenG is the favored to win this. However, in Yggdrasil, it is all business, and OEG picked this map for a reason. So I wonder what they have up their sleeve, and when they come into this, they will also be playing the attacker side. So they got to push these goats past the gates of Yggdrasil for them to be able to collect themselves at least 3 points here. And it's gonna be a big push, not gonna lie, but it is possible. However, it will be that uphill battle since you're going up against the titans of GenG.
Yeah, as the attacker side on Convoy, you really have to take the initiative to initiate those fights, create space for your own, and you're the one walking into the defense of GenG, right? So having the quick respawn means that you're able to maybe change your composition out just a little bit quicker, and I'd hope to be able to see that. But before that, it's going to be the hero picks and bans. Let's see if there are any changes moving from map 1 into 2.
Interesting changes is that Choppa's not in, so I think they subbed in Brownie now, because you see Monster, you see Fall, Hoodie, Snake. Yeah, so I like how GenG is also rotating around the roster, getting them primed and ready for the playoffs, because it is an all-star who's who when it comes to GenG. So maybe when it comes to it's that Yggdrasil push, Brownie could be better since Brownie is known to be a very dangerous duelist. So still the similar bans on the side of GenG and OEG, banning out the Mantis. We're going to ban out the Warlock and lock in the Warlock for GenG.
I mean, once again, we talk about the big hurrah around a great karmic revival, and we saw Hoodie already do that a few times with the first domination matches. So right off the rip on the OEG side, what's the response? Ultron locked in for themselves. That's great rage that they can provide. Plus the Jeff. There are corners around Yggdrasil's path. There are abysses, and they don't want any of that.
Yeah, big Jeff drop-offs, I would say. But this was also the map where, unfortunately, Angela pushed off Jeff while he was like, he pushed off he spat out a Star-Lord. Star-Lord was able to fly back, and then Angela just pushed him. Like, okay, bye. You know how like that kid that just stays a little too close to the pool, then just an
Yeah.
adult just like walks by. Whoops. Yep, that's Angela to Jeff here in this map. OEG though locking in Sui's support choice on the Luna Snow, which is good. However, we do not block out the Meteor M of GenG, so they still have that access to that. So you got to be very
Yeah.
careful when you pop out that ult.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the Meteor M. I'm thinking about the Phoenix on the end song. I'm thinking about the Human Torch with the Supernova. A lot of very powerful choices that still GenG have the flexibility to move on. And we'll kind of see what they want to do to set up the defensive half.
Yeah. So we've seen triple holds really well here in this map, and in the we saw Rejects do that. I wonder if they're gonna do just that. It seems like they still want to have at least the Warlock to come in on Snake's side. I mean, rightfully so. They locked it for a good reason, and they want to be able to have those good respawns. And they're going to be able to brawl with, I believe, a thing that they are considering here. Well, OEG Esports, on the attacker side, we've seen Storm, we've seen Punisher right off the gate, just so that they'll be able to get the initial push past turn 1 of these goats. Just so that once they're able to unlock the first point, they switch things up to a more 3 strategist type lineup.
Posh, I'm gonna be honest, I didn't hear anything past what you said for triple, because that is the name of the game. We're gonna coin it right here in the Asia region as we kick things off. GenG on the defense, OEG gonna burst out. Taking already the high ground is Nimu with the Star Lord, but they're ready for it. The chip damage is true. And GenG wanting to really burn the cooldowns from OEG by putting a solid defensive hold right up at the cart.
Yeah, so unfortunately no triple here, but you will get a kidnap onto Magneto, but Magneto, unfortunately, actually, yeah, there is a triple, my bad. GenG still holding very strong here. Emma really looks like Cloak and Dagger, my apologies. So we do see that Hoodie still trying to keep everyone alive. The right hand able to cover a lot of heads here. No elims just yet. The sustain is quite strong, and now we just kind of just get the displacement onto one of the Vanguards here, but wow, the fly just to keep up Little Vex alive.
And Hayo just a focus healing as well, but the choke slam, your thing's in worried trouble. It's gonna force out, you have the invisible boundary plus Sentinel on the Rage of Ultron, just delivering justice from up top, focusing down on Snake, won't find the mark, out of action, they'll have to back out. It's gonna be Hoodie and Felix finding the ultimates for their own.
Yeah, OEG, unfortunately, I mean, they were able to actually get a good team fight going on, but Snake just bring back everyone, and they're still holding strong at the first turn. They're still so hard to actually take out Monster into the mix, but OEG, Little Vex taking out Felix could be the start here, because now the Magneto is down, and now the numbers game is slowly, oh my god, Snake has already have another Karmic Revival just for them to stay alive.
That's wild, but Vex makes it a bit more interesting. But look, as part of the Karmic Revival, it's so long. Monster straight back into the fray, and now Falls will come out with the silent seduction around this chicane. Brownie also with the Meteor M just to be able to maybe stagger OEG Esports. They just time these ultimates with like 5 seconds apart just to be able to throw OEG Esports off their game.
Okay, so Snake out of the photo here, out of the picture, is actually really good. So now they do not have Karmic Revival to work with. We're going to see a little switch up onto Doctor Strange just so that they're able to actually portal back to point here. So OEG really making this work, and it really starts with this Wolverine. Yes, you have the triple, but that's 3 juicy targets that Wolverine can actually go toe-to-toe with, and OEG are now marching the gates of Yggdrasil as False tries to go for the Pentagram of Prologist to stop them in their tracks.
Ooh, almost could make the lip right there, had to hop, skip up to the ledge. Eyeball Gamodo, didn't find anyone. Little Vex gonna waste his head, but Sentinel's right there on to Phoenix after the invisible boundary from Kyle is put down. Sui will find False, but right now OEG Esports are on a bit of a rampage. They want their vengeance against GenG, and they want to push this.
Wow, and just like that, they're actually going to go uncontested because now they have no more portal. OEG, big staggers on their side as they send them back one by one. Minimu on this Wolverine really doing the homework, so now they're seeing the switch up. not going to the triple here, but they're going to see a little bit, they're going to see 3 of the Fantastic Four here just for Brownie onto this Johnny Storm, which can help with the poke damage away from Wolverine.
Yeah, and the team-ups from the Fantastic Four just provide a little bit of additional healing for Felix as they just hide around this bubble. Goes Brownie, turn and takes a fight over to the side of Sentinel. And Snake just takes this long-range fight, has the Karmic Revival, so you don't want to overstep as well. From the side of Sentinel, as well as Sui, just to push and make an aggressive play here onto the cart.
Oh, the kidnap onto Snake, and Snake unfortunately couldn't last with the shredding claws of Wolverine, slicing and dicing as they try and gather some space here. OG Sentinel from above here, the 1v1 duel, quite low, takes out the Johnny Storm of Brownie. Do you hear the goats marching by OEG? It is marching their way down to just collapse the next door that is in front of them halfway, and now they are big time staggered here. Snake does have the Karmic Revival. We do see a little bit of stagger onto Minimoo's side, and they're still taking the fight to GenG Esports.
I mean, the coordination right now between Fab and Ninimu is brilliant to try and work the magic that Felix and Brownie both pop their ultimates, provide some incredible storms in this mess of hero play as they force back OEG. Had to expend 2 ultimates at least, but Brownie is not done yet. Sumi and Hayo will pay for their sins as they leave OEG scrambling for cover.
Yeah, this is actually really good by GenG. They only spent 2 of their ultimates. They still got 4 ticks for them to be able to work with. And now Brownie, just giving some information how they're going to be able to try to retake this point. Well, they only have the Rage of Voltron to work with, so now they got to build up their ults, specifically maybe the Invisible Boundary and the Fate of Both Worlds. But it seems like Clobbering Time is going to get countered by that Rage of Voltron, and Psionic Seduction is going to try to get some pickoffs on the side of GenG. OEG so strong, but Heil gets taken out.
Great response right now from GenG, right? A couple of ultimates burned, yes, but it leaves OEG with a bit of a scramble to have to regroup. Look, even the players are kind of caught off in 2 different fronts, and this means that the coordination back onto this card is going to be just a little longer. We've still got Snake and Hoodie with their ultimate. Snake, honestly, with the Karmic Revival, will provide an additional win of momentum from GenG. So it's going to be have to Little Vex and Subi to really lead the charge. I'm thinking with some interesting high flying from Little Vex to try and catch some back line.
High flying, here you have it. Monster coming on in, courtesy of the Fantastic Four first steps, and now Fab taking 2 people out, forcing the Karmic Revival this early on in the team fight, not even forcing the overtime, and Snake taking out Fab. OEG really needs to fight strong here and force this overtime to just keep pushing. And now Eye of Agamotto from up above from the top rope, and now we're gonna get a huge Maelstrom of Madness. They get taken out here, and there is no more Karmic Revival. They're gonna be blocking off the spawn points for these goats to march their way down to the second gate.
Instantly from the side of Little Vex, just to be able to ensure a bit more time for Little Vex, even waiting it out, waiting for the maximum time and usage of this portal to come. A Little Vex will now deploy it. So in the midst of a new move, it's a bit more painful. Will deny the clobbering time, but Suvi is right on top of the cart. 2 meters left as the Fatal Bolt goes erupts.
Okay, so now this is the dance off to save everyone, and Fab's gonna throw hands and take out Felix. We're gonna keep going as Minimoo has got the kidnap onto Snake, away from everyone, tries to snap. You're not snapping yourself out of this one, good sir. This is a Thanos-like slash, and you are the one that's gonna pay for it as OEG are marching down these goats, and unfortunately they couldn't hold strong.
Unbelievable. Even with so much that came out from the side of OEG, they denied the clobbering time. They put portals up in 2 choke points, delaying the deployment of that portal to the last possible second. You know, the likes of GenG still exploded onto the site.
I'm going to recall back, unfortunately they didn't hold to the point in the overtime. They were actually kind of winning those exchanges, which is kind of... oh man, that was actually real close. I really thought they were going to unlock that second point, and I think GenG could breathe a sigh of relief that they stopped them in their tracks with 1 point only gained. But man, OEG, what a push What a way to start out this Yggdrasil path. And now they got to reap what they sow here. They got to just stop GenG at 1 point. And hopefully they'll be able to have a good hold at the start here.
Yeah. And I'm going to take a bit of a digression here, Posh, because there's a big question in chat asking how the picks and bans work here in the tournament. The picks and the bans are for the opposing team. Sorry, the bans are for the opposing team. The picks are for your own team. It's a little different from rank that you commonly encounter in the higher elos. They're very team specific against your opponent, which is why it's a little different here as we move into the second half. Then we move back on the Winter Soldier. I'd like to see a little bit more buggy action, actually. Just gonna time it well with Little Vex and that Strangling Prison.
Yeah, so it's very much targeted, right, with the picks and bans. So, yeah, chat, thank you for the question. And we will try to continue on here as Brownie takes it to the second floor and tries to just disrupt a little bit of the strategist line that have been set up here. Try to go for a dive as Venom comes on in as well.
Great coordination right now. They can't find a pick, but it might just be enough to disrupt the defense from OEG to get this cart moving on. Little Vex down the corner, trying to hold things back, but great bubbles coming up from the side. Falls. Oh, fast, immediately taken out, but a trade onto Brownie is the response from Sentinel to make it an even Stevens right now. Though OEG Esports will have to take the time to maneuver their way back onto this cart, given the long lead time they have from their spawn.
On the next episode of Marvel Rivals Ignite, folks. We'll see you guys next week. I'm kidding. We're good. Don't worry. We're not like an anime arc. We're all good. So, wow, just a little pause in the action for now. But so far, that was actually an excellent push out on the side of GenG. They can keep going back and they can play aggressive since they actually spawn quite close in the first checkpoint. So, just quite the aggressive play. I mean, they want to be able to at least go past that mark. And I was looking at the chat replay, and they were winning that team fight. That they just didn't stay on the goat cart, man. They just a little bit too bloodthirsty. They wanted to go for more elims that they were unfortunately unable to actually push those goats. So, yeah, that's a. I mean, chat is also seeing that. Saying a letter and a number in chat.
Yeah, that's a common phrase here for these team shooters.
They're not watching them goats, bro. The goats are unattended, so that's what happens.
I mean, that's what happens when you play against GenG. There's so much distraction that they want. We talk about like the likes of Brownie and Monster. Just, Brownie's just waiting to dive in, right? As the Star-Lord, just waiting for Monster to come in with them together to push the rest of OEG's defenses off the high ground. This is the level of like kind of distraction that GenG are bringing to the fight.
Yeah, that's true. I think they're really testing OEG Esports on all fronts, not just when it comes to the picks and bans, like you mentioned at the start, but also when it comes to objective plays. And man, it was just, they had a really good push. I was very impressed with how well they played the Wolverine, the Captain America. So now going back to the action here as GenG try and get this first point unlocked.
Yeah, this flank from Nino is going to be important. Almost gets it. Yes! It's a hoodie opening things up. Little Vex is just around the corner, and we'll find Snake as well. Brownie responds in kind, and Monster is evening up this player count here around the corner. It's going to be a cracking impact. Finding a hit, but not able to get the knockout. Unfortunately, onto Brownie we go. Does that you said it enough? I'm not sure, but Snake will be able to get the cocoon out and onto Vex.
Wow, just taking out OEG's mini-moo as well, and now kind of forcing them into this tunneled area as the goats march their way down to the first door of the map. So, just an incredible push, and now an invincible boundary just to force this fight from happening by Hill. And Snake just staying on the back lines here, just providing enough support as GenG try to hold and push.
Wow, a beautiful corner check from the side of Nino on to Hoodie. Now seduction coming from False, making it all work. Now the Galactic Legends from Brownie. It's a bit of a Hail Mary. We'll find Sentinel. And somehow GenG are fighting back at 3.5 meters. It's going to be Hayo trying to make them a bit more of a nuisance. As unfortunately, it's going to be OEG just pushing this back.
Yeah, so excellent hold on OEG's side. If they can hold the cart at this range, force the cooldowns as they try to make their way up this ramp, it would be really good. They just need to hold it for a little longer here as 2 minutes, 2 minutes has already been burnt. It's 1 minute 30 seconds left onto the clock.
Yeah, nice pick on to Hayo, nice and Hoodie nice and early, who is sitting comfortable on the invisible boundary, so that might be a last aggression that GenG want, but they have to get onto the point, and they might use Fab's silent seduction just to be able to hold things off, a bit of zoning action to buy themselves a little bit of time away from GenG Esports.
Uh-oh, nice uppercut. Was able to just stun for a second, but Venom just has one of the best escape abilities in this game. Invisible boundary by GenG to initiate the team fight. It's going to be everyone stuck on this point, and OEG maybe, wow, the feed lights up blue by GenG right at the nick of time, because now they can actually go uncontested as they unlock the first checkpoint. Again, OEG amazing hold at the start, but they were able to find their bearings, and now this is where it gets real dicey, Multi. OEG need to make this their last stand for them to stay alive in this tournament, with for at least to have their points alive in this tournament.
Yeah, 3 minutes, 180 seconds, and the sparks already start flying from Brownie. Not that they need more ultimate points anyway, because they're sitting comfortable on the end song, looking for a bit of a flank onto this player, but we'll have to evac out of there. As now we go for a bit of a dive action. Snake finding little Vex, and we'll find a knockout. The dismantlement of OEG. The feral leap is beautiful from Snake.
Try to actually go for the pickoff there, but forcing the Rage of Ultron, and now Brownie taking out Sui. I think he has personally out for Sui. That's another end song that had no Magneto combo, but just getting taken out of the equation. At least Sui is still holding on to the fate of both worlds and does not have to worry about that just yet. But what he does have to worry about is these goats marching their way down the second gate of Yggdrasil. OEG need to hold here, and they're gonna get Little Vex on the case here with the thing.
Yeah, they're coming in strong. Both Vanguards being able to make it straight onto the card. It's going to be Fall starting things off with the Silent Seduction countered by Sumi's Fate of both worlds. Brownie's up top, will find Sentinel. This makes the push of OEG Esports back onto this card so hard as Monster tries to make it interesting and does get Ninimu out of action. OEG Esports are crumbling player by player.
Oh! Now we get clobbering time just to get the knockup, but Psionic Seduction along with the invisible boundary, but the Sentinel takes out Brownie. Speed is lighting up red here, so OEG able to get a hold going on here as we see the Jeff able to actually get a lot of value from healing, and he also has its Jeff, so Shark Week is going to come into play. We have 1 minute 15 seconds on the clock for this hold to stay on OEG's side. The question is, can they keep holding on, or will these goats march down the doors of Yggdrasil?
Snake's on the Punisher now to maybe do a little bit more poke damage from long range, and we know what a deadly Final Judgment can be if they can get their ultimate online. The question is, how is Esports going to play it? It's going to be his Jeff. The Yum Yum comes out, and right across the rip is going to be Ninimu being first to drop. Now onto this Jeff that instantly gets delivered. Justice. That's not looking good for OEG.
It's not really looking good. I mean, Ninimu and Jeff getting taken out of the equation. They really are needed for this team fight and this defense. At least Sui has the fate of both worlds. The dance off to save everyone and hold this point as the 30-second mark has already been passed. Snake now about to build up that final judgment. We have the Meteor M taking out no one just yet, but they clean up shop. The Brownie and Snake tandem is too strong here, forcing the Kraken impact, but it would be for not OEG Esports try to hold, but it's gonna be GenG to march their way to the second path of Yggdrasil, and they get the game.
A clean sweep, a solid performance for GenG. You know, not wavering in any face of danger, despite the likes of Silent Seduction coming into your face, despite Jeff, the land shot, throwing his Jeff. They held their ground. They were able to focus attention and fire onto the right targets at the right time and pull off a massive victory for themselves.
Yeah, it was quite the close back and forth game. It was really unfortunate. They had the right makings of actually having something good going on, but once Minimu was taken out, then the It's Jeff was played to see, because everyone was actually bunched up together. He couldn't get a swallow, and he just got taken out of the group chat. And during the last team fight, it was the numbers game that did pile on, and GenG, like moths to flame, set up shop. And you know what, OEG was just trying to force the overtime, trying to just force this from to keep this going. But yeah, GenG had their win condition about them, and they got the victory in this, I'd say this very close back and forth matchup.
Yeah, it really, I feel like this scoreline doesn't quite reflect how close the games were at some points in time. You know, Little Vex and Ninimu able to really open things up, and Fab had some beautiful moments of their silent seduction as well. And it was we talked at the pre-show about some of the counter plays that it was required from the set of Kyle, from the set of Sui, and that came out. But unfortunately, their adaptation to GenG was just a little quicker.
It really was. And I would also bring it back to the unfortunate moment where they did not stay on objective. We could have actually seen a 2-point game and could have been something different. But as you said, GenG was just so good at distracting and just trying to get them off the objective and making sure that, all right, let's just focus on more team fights, try to get more aggressive, like just kind of be the matador and you be the bull, and ultimately I'm still the one that's winning. So they played that very well as they were defending, and now here they just needed to play their win conditions, which ultimately they just had to outpace, and they were able to just slowly but surely gain that victory. But nonetheless, OEG put up a great team fight up against GenG. However, GenG still remains strong, and they still remain the top of the leaderboard here in Group B.
Indeed. And like, you know, if y'all actually grabbed a snippet of that particular snapshot of the scoreboard, you actually realize that Ninimu did 33 KOs in totality, which is actually more than anyone on the side of GenG. So really trying to carry the rest of OEG on their back. But again, this is a team sport, and when you're one against a six stack, a solid hive mind of players, it's more fruitful to be playing together, to have an even score line, because that's going to give you the dubs in the long run.
Yeah, imagine that, 33 eliminations and 15 final hits. So yeah, Minimu was definitely putting in the work, but he was also getting targeted. Him and Sui also, it was just so good. And the Snake changing to Punisher was actually a really good change up, even though he was doing really good on the Warlock. He's like, all right, let's play to the Final Judgment win condition. We also have the Cloak and Dagger to do the Eternal Bond combo to that, so it's going to be hard for you to eliminate the Final Judgment. So yeah, GenG just steps ahead, and they're able to, as you said, the call and response, right? Okay, you go for this move, we have something to be able to respond to it. And they're really just reacting to whatever OEG puts to the table, which, I mean, that prime example was also that it's Jeff, right? They didn't use it defensively. They tried going aggressive for them to hold that push, but they were ready for it.
Yeah, that could have changed. Again, identifying the win con is crucial, right? Like perhaps if Sentinel had used the Jeff ultimate, like you said, on the cart, because you know GenG would have to be around there instead of forcing it so early, and then you also don't get any sort of action with the laydown of the circle of healing that comes with this Jeff. I mean, all these micro plays once again is the make and break moment for each of these teams.
Yeah, so folks, we will be interviewing one of the vanguards of GenG, so let's get him on the line. We got False, folks. Please show him some love in the chat, and if you guys have any questions also for him with our quick interview portion. Can't wait to exchange some words and also kind of cap off this this amazing group stage. So let's get to it. So there he is, False himself. Congratulations on capping off this amazing group stage standing.
Thank you.
First of all, how's the team feeling? You guys are at the top of the leaderboards right now in the group of death.
Yeah, no, everybody's feeling super good about it. I'm really proud of my whole team for securing the first seed. For sure.
Yeah, hell yeah.
I mean, it's beautiful to see GenG, you know, have so many roster changes throughout, but still able to kind of come together and show a brilliant performance in the last 8 days of the 2 weeks here in group stages. I gotta ask about Season 4 as well, right? And how you think, you know, for the likes of Angela, do we think that we're gonna see a little bit more in future games and perhaps the playoffs?
Maybe. I'm not sure, honestly. I think if we start seeing like some of the other regions play it before like playoffs start, like because I think NA and EMEA matches are going on now, or NA starts soon. So I think if those teams start playing it a little bit, maybe we'll see some more in the Asia tournament as well. If they're like doing more experimenting over there, I'm not 100% sure. But I think as of right now, it's like I expect playoffs to look like pretty similar to the group stage.
Copy. All right, cool. And we still have like a week to kind of let the meta kind of cook. So thank you for sharing that. I would want to I want to take you guys back to your performances in the group stage. Could you give yourself a rating and your team a rating? And do you have a favorite match in particular in the group stage that you guys had?
I mean, because we didn't go flawless, like I can't say like we would have a perfect rating, honestly. Like if we beat Reject, then I would be like super happy. But I think we still have something to prove with that, and we still like I'm like super confident if we play that match again, like we'll beat Reject 2-0, 3-0, whatever. Like doesn't matter. But I think it's hard to give it like a perfect rating, so maybe like a 7.5, 8 out of 10 after that, after this group stage.
Okay.
And favorite match was probably yesterday's game versus Z1, Z10. Zero Tenacity. Yeah, it was just an enjoyable game. Our team had good vibes, and just like watching the Hoodie 5K made my day, honestly. So
glad that Hoodie's on your team, man. That was crazy.
Yeah, it's a good feeling for sure.
I think it's crazy that GenG top of the group of death, and you give yourself a rating of 7.5 out of 10. So humbling, and honestly, just being able to reflect upon yourself to say, hey, I think we have still a little bit more work to cut up against
100%.
The rest of these teams. Final question from myself, like you're going up against some of the best. Moving into the playoffs, we've got the likes of Reject and Crazy Raccoons, obviously, and XOXO. There are huge hitters of these names, but also creeping into the scene, Zero Tenacity, Down Payment, Onsite Gaming, and Incipients will be joining the fray. Is there any particular team that you are very, very excited? And is it still Reject?
All I'm gonna say is I think it's gonna be a GenG Crazy Raccoon Grand Finals. This for playoffs.
Don't call it a prediction, but call it a spoiler by False. Okay, so for me, mine would be a two-parter question. What can we expect from you guys during the playoffs? And do you have any message for, supporters of GenG that are looking at you guys in the chat right now?
To answer your first question,
without spoiling, also, obviously, yeah, you don't want to get revealed too much.
Yeah. Honestly, like, wait, I'm just blanking. Sorry, can you repeat the question?
No, it's okay. What can we expect from you guys in the playoffs? Like, will you expect the same, or you guys have more interesting strats that we can look forward to?
I mean, it's probably like the meta's probably the same. We're gonna be playing like similar stuff, but you can expect us to win playoffs. I can tell you that.
Got it. And a message to the supporters for you guys in chat?
Message to the supporters. I mean, thank you guys all, of course. Like, we all appreciate the support. It helps us keep going, helps us keep pushing through the losses. So thank you, everybody, for that.
All right, Falls. Thank you so much for the time. We'll get you rest. We'll see you next week. You'll be in tip-top shape, and we look forward to seeing GenG in that grand finals as you predicted. So we'll see you next week. All right.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, guys.
Oh my gosh, 7.5 out of 10 for a scoreline like being the top of Group B.
I mean, he said that
I can't imagine what a 10 out of 10 for GenG would look like.
It would look like if they beat Rejects, I believe. He would be like over the moon. But I think that's actually a good thing that happened, because it leaves you hungrier. You're not set in. You're not just content. And that's really good in the group of death, that they all got served L's by each other, just so that they don't stay that contented, like, we got perfect. I mean, Crazy Raccoons, they have all the right because they were able to do that flawlessly, but they know that majority of the competition, or they want that competition, or they want that smoke in Group B. So I like the mentalities. I like the feedback we're receiving from all these players. And Paul said he's going to have there's GenG Rejects Grand Finals. That's a spoiler, not
Crazy Raccoons.
Crazy Raccoons, sorry, Crazy Raccoons.
Yeah. Oh, the spice. Honestly, clip it, chat. Jarvis, clip it right now. I think this is a moment that's very interesting to say that maybe they know something we don't. I have said once in a while that perhaps there are weaknesses in certain teams. I don't want to say too much. I don't want to cast a curse. I don't want to be pinned on and put on X.com anytime soon.
No, I do think the reason why he said that is because NX is actually his friend, and they want it to be like a friendly grand finals. Because NX did give a shout out to Monster and False. So yeah, it was kind of a back and forth. And also I think that we also had yesterday they shouted each other out. So I think that's one of the reasons why. But you know what, if that's a prediction also, I think it's a strong one, because Crazy Raccoons flawless run in their group stage, and technically it's first place versus first place in Group A and B.
Yeah, it will be indeed, and it's been amazing to see how the shakedown happens today. And honestly, GG's to GenG. Indeed, they played their freaking hearts out, and you can tell from the interview with False that they're at least pretty satisfied with the last couple of games, be it yesterday and today. having to bounce back from the loss against Reject earlier this week was an important one to instill the continued confidence for this roster.
Yeah, and Multi, it's kind of dawning upon me now. We're done with the group stage. The group stage is done and dusted. Holy smokes, 8 days of incredible Marvel Rivals action, and we ended it with a GenG, sweep up against, at the expense, unfortunately, of OEG, but GenG on the top here. And right before that was Crazy Raccoon. So it's just, we don't know how these group stage were going to shake out, but once we saw the match listings, we knew that this final day would be a banger. And it was 2-0 sweeps, but the games actually lived up to the hype with how well they were able to go back and forth. Even though it's a 2-0 sweep, they were actually very close and very fun to watch. So if you guys are tuning in now, you guys want to see it again, do check out the VODs and check us out screaming our lungs out with how amazing the plays are.
100%. I mean, the VODs will speak it all. Make sure to check out the clips. But, we had some bangers. Crazy Raccoons, GenG, Rejects, XOXO. The top 4 teams basically all played today, and they put up a bit of a performance, which, Posh, is pros and cons, right? Like, this lends to a lot more VODs, obviously, online for the coaches and the teams to study around. And I don't want to call it too early. I will. I'm a caster. I like to stir the pot a little bit. But hey, Fall said that GenG are walking into playoffs with generally the same meta. Okay.
Unless, because EMEA is happening as we speak, right? But they've been running the same meta. We've been seeing a lot of Jeffs, not so much Angelas. So if anything kind of crazy comes up in the mix here, because us and EMEA were kind of the test subjects of season 4 with like, let's just start things out and let's see where it goes, right? So I think we're closely watching, the communities are closely watching each other to see if there's any interesting plays. So I still think that unless in the next week there's going to be a drop of a different like adjustment, or we see some tech that's going to come out. So, I mean, a lot can happen in 7 days, folks. It's not going to happen next week, but October 2 and 5 are the dates to remember for that grand finals, or for at least the playoffs to happen. And in that amount of time, Angela might be crazy. We might see Bucky come out into the woodworks to just wreak havoc. Who knows?
Yeah, NX talked about Star-Lord getting a bit of a resurgence. And obviously, Angela's the new pick of the town. I mean, I also got to throw back the fact that, like, last week, even in patch 3.5, before 4.0 hit, Jeff was still a hot pick amongst, not a lot, but many of the teams in the group stages in week 1. And it's really inspired by the likes of that mid-season final. So, obviously, it takes a creative team to pull out a new strat, but when you see it, you got to emulate it for yourself, and that's perhaps what GenG is waiting for as we head to the finale, the end point here for the match results. A clean 2-0 across the board, left side leading the charge, and is actually all the top 4 teams are actually all on the left. Holy.
That is true. It just seems like all things remain the same on the side of the top players here. XOXO, RC, CR, and GenG. Congratulations getting the victory for today. And Assemble Fire, Down Payment, Uwinks, and OEG. Thank you so much for giving us an excellent team fight. And just I'd say kind of a quick day for a 4-man game, but we have to strap in for next time we see you guys, because it will be a best of 5 series. And I feel like that's when things get super interesting, because that's how Rejects was able to get the victory out of GenG in the grand finals. Diesel start. Here we have it. Flawless run by Crazy Raccoon, getting the first place spot, followed up by XOXO, and then Onside Gaming following suit, and Incipients rounding out the top 4. But big ups to Uwinks and Assemble Fire for joining this tournament and giving us amazing moments here at the Marvel Rivals Ignite stage for Asia.
Indeed, they're still going to be walking away with $25,000 each per team. And hey, Posh, look at that. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Group A is an absolute staircase, like the script writers meant it to be. So once again, congratulations to the top 4 teams that will be moving into the playoffs. And of course, seeding will happen, where the first seed of each group will play the bottom seed of the other group. And I'm sure we'll cut to a graphic eventually, but once again, it's a great showing from the 4 top teams. And now on to Group B, we go RC, GenG with 4 apiece, as well as Down Payment and Zero Tenacity with 3 apiece as well.
Yep, 4-4-3-3 balanced as all things should be, as a famous man once said. Then you got 5th and 6th spot by OEG and Rocket University. Again, shout outs and commiserations to them for joining us here. Hopefully we see them again in better shape. But for now, that's the top 4. It's at Rejects, GenG, Down Payment, and Zero Tenacity in the Group of Death. And the fact that they, kind of traded L's here and there is actually really good. So can't wait to see how, once the worlds collide here, we have the playoffs starting off with Crazy Raccoons versus Z10. You got GenG versus Onsite Gaming. XOXO versus Down Payment is going to be a barn burner. And you got Rejects versus Incipient for the last game of that day. Again, best of 5, a lot more room to breathe. A lot more room to understand the competition.
But best of 5s also desires a marathon of a play, right? You gotta dig deep, you gotta pull strats continuously, because as the teams evolve to each other's playstyle, you gotta have those deep strat books, you gotta have those adjusting picks and bans, and you gotta have the absolute winner's mentality going the distance. And here we have October 2nd will be the starting of the end here for the playoffs in the Ignite Stage 2 Asia region. We've got the lineups, we've got the best of 5s, we've got ourselves a banger of a series towards the end, Posh.
Yeah, we do. So mark your calendars, because the end game is nigh, folks. Best of 5 series all throughout from here on out, and then in grand final it's going to be a best of 7. We will be your casters. Dan and Nell will be joining us as well, so you got to give us your energy chat, because we got to be able to hype up these matches and hype up the players, because they want to give their all, they want to give their best, and you guys deserve their best.
100%. And I think that's where, having interviews, allowing you to connect to these players and able to peel back the curtain of their mind and their hearts is important. Like, connecting the fans to the players is obviously a privilege that we have here starting stage 2 in the Asian region. And we're so glad that us forecasters were able to do it. But that's precisely the point, right? We want you to rally around, so be sure to at least follow the socials around Marvel Rivals and continue the journey down the last 4 days in the playoffs.
Yes, big ups to everyone in the chat that has been joining us since last week. I know, Multi, you were holding it down with Dan last week. Me and Nell just kind of coming in this week, so shout outs to both of them as well that aren't here today, but we will be seeing them in the playoffs. So shout outs to anyone that's had perfect attendance, and also shout outs to Marvel Rivals and the events that are happening in game, because sometimes a quick refresher is all you need to reignite the flame within you. You got to get lost in the soaking hot sun beneath the waves as the Punisher's Tide Punisher and Invisible Woman's Azure Shade costumes. Even the deadliest heroes need a little cooldown and some fun before an explosive fight. This was available since September 18 at 7 p.m. PDT, so you can get lost at sea and let your burning passion for victory guide you back.
I tell you, I mean, part 1 of the summer skins was diabolical, and then they released this banger now. I mean, it's impossible. It's crazy. Those devs and those artists are absolutely cooking. And even so, with the arcade mode hub coming in hot as well, available already to a server near you. These 6 that are now permanently available in the hub, and you can actually queue for the one that you like the most, or queue for all 6 and give yourself a little roulette in terms of which game mode you will end up being in.
Beautiful stuff here. Again, if you're tired of the quick match, if you want to be able to kind of just have funny giant-sized brain blasts, if you want to play some Conquest, go for it. And also, if you all own a PS4, if you know anyone that owns a PS4, let them know now. Clip this chat. You got Marvel Rivals Season 4 Heart of the Dragon is now available on PlayStation 4 for free. It's for free, guys, so there's no excuse. Marvel Rivals Season 4 Heart of the Dragon is now live. Join the fight alongside the one and only Angela. Shoutouts to PlayStation 4. You can play it there. So, what's your excuse, guys? Go play it. Go play it now.
Yeah, no more excuses. Get your friends on board. Pull them in for those cross-play moments, and be sure to clip it right on any social media platform. That's precisely where it is. This is ultimately a fun game that you want to be able to play with friends. Solo is hard. Solo is hard, as always.
Yeah,
Posh.
it is. We always need that duo. So I'm shouting out my duo here, Multi. Thank you so much for being here with us. Shout out to each and every one of you in chat. I see Fen Whisper in chat from all the way in COA. My goodness. And also Gisales has been here. RSS has been holding it down. Everyone in the back as well. Shout outs to Ginny. Shout outs to you. Shout outs to everyone in the back pressing the buttons and whatnot. Any shout outs you want to give out, Multi? I think there's a lot of people in chat.
I mean, chat's been holistically great so far. The mods have been holding it down, and chat has been, for the most part, very reasonable. And I love the banter and the correction and the call-outs that you'll have, because it actually does feed information into our casts.
Definitely
Believe it or
does.
not, it's live information, and we take what you have to say very seriously. And of course, having a production team is so important.
Yes.
And huge shout outs to them being able to capture like that aura farming that Ninimu had, like the Spider-Man slow walk, and then chat telling us there's a new keybind for it. What?
Thank you, chat. Shout outs to I forgot it was you're really cringe, and also shout outs to Oki, shout outs to Akagi, shout outs to each and every one of you. But guys, we have to put an end to the broadcast. Thank you so much for tuning in. Mark your calendars. October 2nd is the start of the playoffs for Marvel Rivals Ignite for Asia. That's Multitudes. I'm Poch Spice. We've been your casters. We'll see you guys on the next one. Keep playing Marvel Rivals. Peace.